I'd like to call this meeting to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled. The same is provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilman Hache.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
Mayor Knudsen.
Here. Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join us in a moment of silence for our men and women serving our nation and our first responders. Great, thank you. So we're going to start with public comments. We welcome everyone to the microphone. Please state your name and address, limited to 3 minutes per person for a total of 40 minutes. So thank you.
Hi, Allison McCormick, 51 Sherman Place.
Please bring the microphone up.
Up? Sure. I'm here tonight to submit our data report into the record. This factual report provides this council with all the data it should need to feel extremely comfortable suspending Ordinance 3556 during the proposed study. This report confirms the following. Number one, there was no safety analysis done on Pomander prior to the ordinance. This alone should make you suspend it. Two, there were no vehicle accidents on Pomander in the last 5 years that involved any safety issues. Three, the only reason Pomander has the restriction is because they asked for it. This alone should make you suspend it. Businesses next to Pomander have expressed an extreme negative impact. This alone should make you suspend it. Pomander service vehicles continue to use the street for their purposes, ignoring the ordinance that they asked for and promised never to violate. This alone should make you suspend the ordinance. Today at 3:30, there was an oil truck parked right outside a residence with the sign "No parking 8 a.m. to 8 p.m." right beside it. 6, Pomander restrictions are the most extreme in the town. How can we rationalize this? This alone should make you suspend the ordinance. Finally, this restriction forces pedestrians to park on Sherman and cross over Godwin, a proven crash density high intersection. Last fall, a father and a child were hit by a car crossing over Godwin towards Pomander. Allow customers to park on the side of the street where they belong to minimize risk. This alone should make you suspend the ordinance. We urge you to reinstate 2 side-of-the-street parking with 2-hour enforced limits as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Jeff? I'll give one to Matt. Okay, good evening. Hello.
Good evening. Russell Forenza, 228 Emmett Place, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Good evening to everybody on the dais, and congratulations on getting an excellent pick of Heather as the new village manager. It's an excellent choice.
We think so.
What I would like to say is, I want to talk about water. We have a very big problem with water and the amount of supplies of water in this town. We may have to think of the possibility of swimming pools, that maybe people shouldn't fill their swimming pools this year. Maybe not. New construction, condos, townhouses, and everything. If there's not enough water in the village of Ridgewood that we have to go on restrictions, then I think all building of everything should stop in Ridgewood, Midland Park, Wyckoff, and Glen Rock. If we have to go on water restrictions twice a year, and this has been going on since the 50s, because I moved here in 51 when my parents moved here when I was 7 years old, and we've been on water restrictions of some sort since then because my father had to dig a well at that point in time so we could water our lawns and put a sign out there, private well. All 4 towns must cooperate in this. You just can't put Ridgewood on a strict thing that they can't water, and the other 3 towns, if they don't pass it, fine, they can do what they want, and only Ridgewood is qualified to do this. It's not the right decision to make with only 2 days of watering. There has to be a better decision. I don't blame past administrations. I don't blame the current administration on any of this. This is something we got to look at. The last administration, everything was covered by a 3-2 vote for the entire 4 years of that administration. The other 2 people were useless. in every municipal process. Hopefully that's changing. This water situation is so bad that it's got to be seriously thought about on what we're going to do. They complained about Valley Hospital. If Valley Hospital expanded, it would ruin the town. Well, now Ridgewood's got to worry about, they're not going to have a hospital anymore in Ridgewood. Towns all across this world would die to have a hospital in their town. Ridgewood will not. It'll go the way of Fairlawn and Saddlebrook, and amongst others in this immediate vicinity that don't have hospitals. Because of that, the watering is the biggest problem next. And that was one of the things I was going to talk about 10 years ago, and I did mention it, but Northern took no action. I would like us to think about that, think what we're going to do. I don't know if there's been studies, but we got a lot of vacant land in Ridgewood. Maybe we could dig some new wells on this property that we're buying all up in town. Up in the upper side, across the highway, we got property. Maybe we could put wells there. We can look at wells that are not in service. I know that's one of the things that you're going to look at. I read that in the newspaper. That's fine. Can we go deeper? I'm not one of these people that knows what's below ground and how far we can go. My father, when we moved here, said, Ridgewood's got the best water around. It's artesian well water, at least 100 feet deep. And he was right. It was correct. Now I live off of Linwood Avenue, and all I get is Hackensack water. The chloroform, I'm sorry, I'm going over my limit, but give me another minute. What's in that water is unbelievable.
I'm sorry, Rush, you know what, I actually can't give you another minute because we have a full house and we have a lot
I
of
see that,
people
but I'm
waiting.
just going to mention two things. We didn't get any answers on the missing coins, that over $500,000, $700,000, and I would like to know how they were taken out of Village Hall here with nobody seeing it, and where were they cashed? How is somebody able to cash in $700,000 worth of quarters or coins and nobody know about it? Now, I know some banks now taking away, I'm going to go, some banks taking away their machines that you count quarters. Maybe they counted them, they're not telling you that they counted them, but that has got to be answered. I thank you very much for your time, and I'm sorry if I gone over. I'm sure the people don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Bennett, and I live at 448 Cambridge Road. My husband, Peter, cannot be here tonight, so I'm here to read a statement for him, a statement with which I fully agree. Good evening, council members. I would like to thank the council for listening to our request that the council add to its agenda a discussion on repealing or amending Village Ordinance 3563 concerning the no stopping or standing regulations recently imposed on Cambridge Road and Bogart Ave. As you get ready to discuss this issue later this evening, I would like to make a few statements that hopefully you'll find useful. First, it is our understanding that this ordinance was passed based on information and recommendations made by the Citizen Safety Committee. We believe the council was told that this ordinance had the support of the neighborhood residents. As we have previously shown, the overwhelming majority of the residents are against this ordinance. What this boils down to, in my opinion, is simply a difference of opinion. The Safety Committee and the council versus the residents of our neighborhood. Most of us have lived in the neighborhood for many years. Most of us have raised or are raising our children on the block. It's a great place to raise kids. Quiet streets, neighborhood block parties, etc. The vast majority have never felt there was any safety issue in walking our children or them walking themselves to school. Second, having been a volunteer in the village myself for many years on the board, the RBSA and Project Graduation, Jamboree, Cub Scouts, etc., I commend those citizens who give their time and energy to the village in an attempt to make Ridgewood a safer place for all. However, as with any group of volunteers with good intentions, not everything they do is the best possible answer to a given situation. In this case, maybe the best possible answer was to leave well enough alone. Third, in an attempt to save some of the council's valuable time, I'm going to ask that anyone here who feels that this ordinance should be abolished to please raise their hand. At this time, I would like to ask the council to consider abolishing this ordinance altogether, or if the majority still feels there is an issue, please consider the compromise amendment we have previously suggested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marianne.
Good evening. I'm Chris Reed from 112 Stanley Place. I'm going to be talking about Palmander, shock. Residents of Palmander have said there are safety issues, and that is why there should be no parking on their street. They told the council that they would use their driveways, even share their driveways with neighbors. Just give them no parking. So it has been many months now that you, the council, and other residents of town cannot park on Palmander. Customers to the West Side businesses cannot park on Palmander. People who live on Godwin cannot park on Palmander. But you know who does park on Palmander? Palmander residents. Their guests and companies Palmander residents do business with. Contractors, vehicles, visitors' cars, and yard worker trucks all park on Palmander. You can witness it on a regular basis. You've been supplied with a document with many photos of violations. This photo is an example from Friday of 3 cars that were parked on Palmander. One's a SUV and 2 utility vehicles. The residents told you that it was not safe to have vehicles parked on their street. Yet again and again, there are cars on Palmander, all there for Palmander residents. So while you ponder returning parking to Palmander, know that the residents are already parking there. You can't park there. I can't park there. And if you still want to believe the line that this ordinance is about safety, know there is no data to back up any safety claim to justify no parking. No study, no findings from CSAC, no accidents reported relating to traffic or parking. We already had 2 businesses closed during this ordinance. We have another business that is likely to close. The West Side Business District needs to be cared for as much as the other side of the tracks. We cannot remove parking from our town businesses and then let the residents use parking for their business dealings. Does this council want to be deciding what businesses are worthy for parking rights? Is a landscaper for Palmander resident a landscaper for a Palmander resident more worthy of parking than someone wanting to support a town business on Godwin? Does this council want all residents to support local businesses, but at the same time make it more difficult to do so? As a resident, I feel like there are a bunch of mixed signals. Support the town and shop local, but then the council keeps an ordinance that makes it difficult to shop those businesses. When will this council show some love to the businesses on Godwin? We don't need a traffic study to show what is already happening. Parking on Palmander is safe. Yes, I said parking on Palmander is safe. How do we know? Palmander residents have shown us parking on their street is safe, and they have been taking advantage of street parking for months. You can't park there, but they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed, the photograph you showed, I didn't see it. Is that included here already from Friday?
This was the email that was sent to the council on Friday.
Okay.
So why don't you want to just bring it on up and then we can just show it or whatever? Okay, it's okay. It's all right. I got it. It's okay. Good. Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Village Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns this evening and for revisiting the excessive parking restrictions on Palmander Walk.
Excuse me. I need your name and address.
Gail Continello, 23 Garfield Place. As you have heard from the surrounding residents who have spent countless hours collecting indisputable facts and data, there was absolutely no valid basis to place the most restrictive parking restrictions in the whole village on Palmander Walk, and there certainly exists no basis to allow these restrictions to continue. Allowing the ordinance to remain in place simply continues to unfairly push the parking burden to surrounding streets. In addition, however, a review of the RFP for the assessment of traffic and conditions for the West Side study area reveals that it is designed for 2 things: to determine parking, use, and demand, and, as stated on page 3, I quote, provide an estimate of the capacity of on-street parking availability utilizing the village's current parking regulations found in Village Code Chapter 265. While it is unclear to me where this RFP stands, one thing is clear. If this study is conducted without first revising the restrictions on Palmander Walk, the results of this study will be fundamentally flawed. In addition, however, as a resident of Garfield Place who lives a block from George Washington Middle School and who witnesses the daily pedestrian safety issues on Washington, Garfield, Sherman, Monroe, and Godwin, I would submit that an expensive study like this may not be necessary. Rather, I believe the village, with the input of residents in the area, is more than equipped to implement a number of simple changes, such as additional crosswalks, enforcement of the current parking restrictions that we all deal with, 2-hour parking, one side of the street parking, enforcement of speed limits, and perhaps limited parking restrictions to address real safety concerns. These changes will dramatically improve the conditions in this area. These types of changes have already been accomplished on Sherman Place through a dialogue between the residents and those concerned. And I'm confident these types of changes could also be similarly implemented elsewhere without the need for an expensive study, the cost of which must be borne by the residents of the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Karen Bagden, 23 Palmander Walk. At the last council meeting in December, it was discussed and decided that before any additional changes, amendments were made to the existing new ordinance, that first there would be some safety improvements implemented on Sherman Place. That was approved, but they haven't been implemented yet, most likely because of the weather. And we're all here to say that we think that should take place first and see how much these changes will have helped. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Erin Taddy. I live on 419 Bogart Avenue. I'm here to once again ask the Village Council to reconsider the newly implemented parking ordinance on Bogart and Cambridge. The newly implemented ordinance is a burden to homeowners and provides no benefit from what I can see. The street is very quiet all day, and in the 19 years that we have lived there raising our sons, Pat and Matthew, I have never seen a problem. Not even during peak drop-off and pickup times for Travell Elementary School. And from my house, I have a very good vantage point of what goes on and all the children walking to and from school. I am extremely concerned that there was no discussion or involvement of the people most directly impacted by this. As a matter of fact, I've already received an expensive parking ticket for parking for 10 minutes in front of my own home when my husband moved the car early one morning when my son and I were sleeping having an episode of the stomach flu. It was brought to my attention, the parking ordinance, when a sign was stuck on my grass one morning. I'm also concerned that, to me, it seems like there was misrepresentation on the part of the safety committee. Everyone that I have spoken to in my neighborhood, none of us were consulted about our feelings about this, and we are the people most directly affected by this. It's a shame to me that now, if my elderly and infirm mother-in-law, who's in a wheelchair and suffers from Parkinson's disease, number one, I have to make sure that I can move both of our cars to my neighbors and be a burden possibly parking in front of my neighbor's house. Number two, I can't just get her out of the car easily. So if she's coming, I have to move my car, leave her alone, come back, get her safely out of the car, go back and make sure that everything is okay with my car, and do the same thing when she leaves my house. There is no good reason to keep these parking ordinances. I have lived there for 19 years. I think many of the people that share our neighborhood feel the same way, and it's a burden. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Phyllis Johnson. I live at 420 Cambridge Road. I've been there for 44 years. I've raised 4 children, and they've all gone to Travell School and Benjamin Franklin. I have never known of any safety problem in our neighborhood. I am greatly affected because being 79 years old, I have people coming to help me. I do not have a large driveway. There's room for very little in my driveway. So I'm on a very corner. It goes all the way around. I'm very directly affected. My children can't come to visit me. They live in the area, I'm fortunate, and they come daily. I have no place to put their cars. I don't know what to do. Truly, it is a very difficult situation, and as far as I know, there was never any input, never any study, never any knowledge. I didn't even know all of a sudden these signs went up. I had no idea that it was happening. I know that people in my neighborhood have had to apply for variances, and they've always brought around a paper asking for our permission, but nothing happened here. And I didn't even know. I had to ask neighbors why. What's the reason for it? I still don't know what it is. But I just wanted to express to you that it is a really personal hardship for me. As I get older, it's going to be more so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Joel Torrielli, 422 Bogart Avenue. I'd like to start by briefly thanking the council for your service to the village. I know it's a lot of work. Appreciate all the work that you do. I'm here to talk about the parking issues on Bogart and Cambridge, and I guess talk about parking in the village in a general sense. It seems the parking issue can bring out the best and sometimes the worst in our village. It's great to see neighbors and friends passionate and involved in our community, but it's discouraging to see issues such as parking and differences of opinions about parking divide us. So I hope we can all remain civil and keep having our great block parties because they're a lot of fun. I am in favor of limiting the parking on Bogart Ave during the hours when school children and their families walk to and from school. I've experienced the unsafe conditions firsthand, walking with my 4 kids to Travell. When we need to pass a parked vehicle on the curved portions of Bogart, there's no sidewalk, and you're basically competing with cars for roadway. It can be improved. It's a little dangerous. I'd also like to note briefly that Village Ordinance Section 190-79 states, following standards shall apply to all streets which are within the jurisdiction of the Village of Ridgewood. First one says we need to comply with the proposals in the Village Master Plan and official map. I won't get into that one, but the second one says we're supposed to be permitting the safe, efficient, and orderly movement of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. I think that's the heart of the matter, is keeping it safe for cars and people. So I think this is probably a good compromise here that we can all live with, and everybody in the neighborhood will be happy with, and keep the kids safe. Maybe we can reduce the hours, maybe just when kids are going to and from school, maybe narrow it a little bit. But I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thanks, Joel. Hello.
Gianna Torrielli, 422 Bogart Ave. I'm a 7th grader at BF Middle School, and I was very happy to see that the no parking regulation had been put into place on Bogart and Cambridge, making street parking illegal from 7 o'clock to 4 o'clock Monday through Friday from September through June. I find it discouraging that people have been fighting to get rid of this. It would be unfortunate for this regulation to be taken away because it keeps lots of kids and parents safe every day on their way to and from Travell and BF. I know from personal experience because I walk this route every day to and from BF and have since I was 5 years old, going to Travell, and my mom and brothers walk to Travell. I know that the parking situation is extremely dangerous before and after school. I have seen many times my younger brothers, neighbors, friends, and other kids almost get hit by cars due to the crazy amount of parents who drive using little caution to pick up their kids from school. Worst of all, Bogart has no sidewalks, forcing people to walk in the middle of the road and around curbs with little to no visibility to cars. I'm asking council members and Mayor Knutson, please keep this in mind when making your choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Bill McLaughlin, 423 Cambridge Road. I've lived on Cambridge Road for 24 years, raised my 2 girls in the town, and they walk to school every day, never an issue. I, like most of my neighbors, feel that this ordinance is unnecessary. There could be some safety additions made at the corner at East Glen, where Bogart and Cambridge come into the circle. Years ago, there were stripes on the ground, to keep cars away. So it would have been nice to have a discussion in the neighborhood about safety. We've normally been a very close-knit neighborhood, and we talk to each other. So this ordinance, when it suddenly appeared on our lawns on a Friday morning, was a surprise to just about everybody. I don't know how the communication was made. Was there communication made? Communication is a two-way thing. It's not suddenly just implemented. I mean, that's more of a dictatorship, putting something like that on the lawn. I just feel that there could have been some improvements made that we'd all agree upon, but randomly deciding to block out 500 feet of the street with no discussion, and the randomness of it as well. Why is it 500 feet? Why is it not 50 feet? Why is it not 1,000 feet? Again, no information to anybody on the block who are directly affected by this. A few of us have asked to see a copy of whatever study was made. Nothing's been provided to any of us. When I initially inquired with Councilman Wash and you, Mayor, you did think that it was implemented incorrectly. That was the very early stages when it just happened, and you were probably getting the initial phone calls. I'd like to see some further discussion on this and maybe bring it back down where we can have safety at the corner of East Glen and where the two streets combine, because I think that's really where it's more necessary, especially coming in on the Cambridge side. There was a 50 feet from the stop sign on Bogart. There wasn't anything on the other, and as cars turn in off of East Glen, it's a little difficult right there. But once you're on the streets are fine. So I just think if we put safety stripes back down on the street at the circle, and as you enter the street, that would certainly remedy a lot of it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Melanie McWilliams, 431 Bogart Ave. I just want to read a quick statement. It'll just be easier. As I became aware I'd have to make some comment here tonight, my main concerns were detailing the facts of this situation and doing it in a short amount of time. So what I won't do is go over the many obvious reasons why this ordinance was adopted in the first place, and I'll simply state a few facts. Fact one, I am a planning board member in this town, and I'm also the safety chairperson at Travell School. Both are volunteer positions, and not one I value more than the other. Fact two, I've been coming to citizen safety meetings and before council for more than 8 years to ask for some safety measures to be placed on these streets. Finally, in the fall, when faced with over 90 photographs, Board of Ed President Sheila Brogan stating she couldn't believe this hadn't been addressed sooner, and the Citizen Safety Committee recommended that this come before the council. Fact three, the council noticed the community in a legal manner about this ordinance in the paper. Fact four, the engineers for the village, using math, state standards, and engineering, came up with the distance and spacing for this ordinance. I was not a party to their decisions, and I had no suggestion to them about distance or specifics. Fact five, I commented one night from the audience at a council meeting that I would be happy to help notify any neighbors of this ordinance. The ultimate responsibility to do so was never addressed to me, nor should it have been, and if neighbors were not adequately noticed, that is the responsibility of the governing officials. Fact six, I never imagined that working to ensure the safety of 65-plus Ridgewood public school students that live in this loop, who use the street as a route to school, who would have ever meant that any resident would attempt to challenge my position on an entirely unrelated board. The two are not connected in any way, and the unfortunate and futile decision to do so is now left in the hands of my personal attorney so that I can be protected from it happening again as I continue to work to ensure the safety of village school children. I will continue to do that. Fact seven, through much observation, I cannot find one single documented or provable hardship related to this ordinance. I've shared over 300 photographs with the council which detail both the safety issues on the street and the utter lack of a parking dilemma since its implementation. Fact eight, this ordinance has been in place for a few short weeks and it may not be popular, but it is necessary. To alter it in any way, while a similar ordinance placed on Palmander Walk, a much wider street with 8 students, sidewalks, and no through traffic remains in place despite a massive resident outcry and proven hardship, while waiting for a traffic study to be produced would be negligent at best. If that's the procedure, then I'd also like a traffic study done of Bogart and Cambridge Ave. Additionally, granting any change when no appropriate channels have been visited by the people who suggest a hardship is circumventing the system. Fact 9, the dangers on this curb do not evaporate with a time of day. They diminish only with no car parked on these curbs ever, at any time of day of the week, any time of the year. And in that vein, I ask again for this ordinance to be extended to dusk or 6 p.m. and to remain in place all year, so that the neighborhood can be traversed safely by not only students and kids coming home from practices, but kids headed to summer camps, buses at Travell all summer, sporting events all year round at the schools, dog walkers, mothers with strollers, elderly walkers, children who may wish to ride a bike through the neighborhood and currently cannot do that. The last fact. In the United States Code for Crimes and Criminal Procedure, Title 18, Section 1725, it states that any person who knowingly deposits mailable matter without postage in an established letterbox shall be subject to a fine as high as $5,000 per occurrence.
Melanie, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
God bless you.
Hello, my name is Peter Quinn. I live at 66 Pomander Walk.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Is this better?
Yes.
So Peter Quinn, 66 Pomander Walk. Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing us this time. I was surprised that Pomander Walk had come up again, but I know that it's sort of on the agenda about every season, so it's spring now. And I have to say I appreciate the passion and the zeal that my neighbors on Sherman Place and on Stanley Place present. I don't think that it's very accurate. If there's an opportunity for a discussion and we're going to be putting facts and indisputable evidence, that's fine. I want to be very clear, though. When we said that neighbors said that they wouldn't park on their street, I said that. And you won't find my car in those pictures. And I'd be very surprised if you see my neighbors' cars in those pictures either. When I said that we are sharing driveways, my grandfather, he just passed away a week ago. He lived in 51, your house, in 51 Sherman Place and raised 9 kids. All 9 kids and 23 grandkids were on Pomander Walk within the last week. I don't think you're going to find any of those cars either because we have been sharing driveways. We call this the most restrictive parking measure in the town. It's not. From 8 o'clock until 8 o'clock, it's a timed restriction on parking. I think the most restrictive parking is the streets that don't allow any parking, like Godwin Avenue, where oil trucks will deliver oil from Godwin Avenue as well. I had to do a 7-point turn to get in my driveway because a trade truck was parked on the other side. And my response when I see people parking on Pomander Walk and breaking a law is to call the police and ask them to ticket it. I don't take pictures and then accuse my neighbors of doing something if I don't know that my neighbors did that. That guy came back with a meal. He wasn't servicing one of the houses. I think we can do better at this. It's something I asked the last time. If you guys have files, if you guys have evidence, if you want to talk to us, we'd like to talk to you because I think the issue is safety on Sherman Place and cars parking on Sherman Place. The way to get cars to not park on Sherman Place isn't to have the commercial business district instead park on Pomander Walk. It's to be able to fix the problems on Sherman Place. I'm not delighted with the solution on Pomander Walk. I can't park in front of my house, and I don't, and it's a burden. And it's a burden that I bear, despite people saying, hey, this guy's breaking the law, or they wanted no parking. We took no parking because that's what was offered. If there's an opportunity for a solution and a discussion, I'd like to have that. But I got to tell you, this whole putting files and evidence and accusing people of things that we're not doing is silly, and it's probably not going to get us to a solution of safety on Pomander Walk. By the way, I think we have 11 students on Pomander Walk. There has been this suggestion that whose children's safety is more important. This isn't Sophie's choice. We can make it better in both places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bridget Calling, 69 Sherman Place. Given the packet of documents and information you received compiled by my neighbors showing there are no documented safety concerns on Pomander and the negative impact on nearby streets and businesses, isn't it time to revisit the prior council's complete ban and find a long-term solution for all concerned parties? Why does a wide dead-end street abutting the CBD have the strictest parking bans in Ridgewood from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, 365 days of the year? Logic would dictate that this street must have an exceptional safety issue that differentiates it from all other streets. Unfortunately, this is not the case. There is no basis for granting the Pomander residents such a special privilege, nor documented safety concerns to warrant it. Given the shortage of parking in town and the controversy surrounding its solution, how can we eliminate legal parking spots that this town so desperately needs? Pomander residents have repeatedly demonstrated that they need these spots too. Ordinance 3556 has set a dangerous precedent. Any resident who wants no parking in front of their home for any reason or for none at all has a strong basis for requesting and obtaining such a restriction. Prior to the ordinance being voted through by the last village council, surrounding businesses and nearby streets asked the council to table the issue so that the impact could be fully understood and studied. In the alternative, we pleaded for a compromise to allow one side of the street parking on Palmander so that the entire burden wouldn't be forced across Godwin. Since it was enacted, we have come before you repeatedly and corresponded regularly, asking you to revisit the ordinance given its negative impact on nearby streets, nearby businesses, and pedestrian traffic, as well as the repeated violations that we have provided you. I understand the urgency and need for a comprehensive study of the entire area, as well as the Council's reluctance to keep addressing residents' concerns with Band-Aid solutions. However, the prior Village Council did not put a Band-Aid on Palmander, they put a tourniquet on it. Granting the ordinance without merit or evidence of a problem and without forethought for the impact it would undoubtedly have. Ordinance 3556 provides relief to a handful of residents with unsubstantiated concerns and has negatively impacted the masses. We are asking you tonight to suspend Ordinance 3556 during this study and put parking on one side of the street because it is needed by all, it is safer, and any study would be flawed without these spots in place. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you?
Good evening. How are you? Laura Christensen, 421 Pondfield Place, which is at the end of Bogart. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the Bogart parking restrictions that have been put in place. I've been there 21 years, walk regularly. I've almost been hit by people whipping around that corner, much less having cars parked on both sides, which is quite frequently. So I am not in favor, as a resident in that neighborhood, to remove those restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Mayor, this would be our last speaker.
I'm sorry?
It would be 40 minutes would be our last speaker.
Yeah, okay, so you're...
Good evening, Ryan McWilliams, 431 Bogart Ave. I just would like to say if the council is considering amending or removing the parking restrictions at Bogart and Cambridge, that a strong consideration to sidewalks be a possible solution. I can't see how people can continue to walk around the bend if cars are going to be allowed to park on these curves, forcing them to walk into the street. I'm surprised to hear so many neighbors that have lived there for 19, 20 years and can honestly say they've never seen a problem with it. I've been there 8 years, and I see a problem almost every time I walk from Glen Ave to my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, and with that, we'll be moving on.
Our first item on the agenda is a presentation by our Financial Advisory Committee, assessment and paying for a parking garage. And I know Councilman Voigt is the council liaison, and we have members of the FAC here this evening.
All right, so good evening and welcome, and thank you for being here.
Good evening.
I think our council colleagues, everyone has had an opportunity to review the material. So if you don't mind, just speak into that microphone, and you could talk us through so the residents out there and out in TV land also can hear you and smile. You're on camera.
Okay.
And would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. I can't guarantee the smile throughout the whole thing. I'll do my best. My name is Brian Leahy. I'm a resident of Bogart Avenue, 359 Bogart Avenue. With me is Charlie DeMarco and Evan White. And there may or may not be one or two other FAC members in the audience. I would certainly thank them if they are here. And I'd also just want to give a thank you before we start to Bob Rooney, who I think is also in the audience somewhere, who has been extremely helpful to, I think, myself and everybody here, throughout this process, kind of helping us with information, answering questions, and kind of guiding us along as we go through here. So what we're going to walk through this evening is, again, more parking. You certainly have heard a lot of parking in the last half hour already. And this is really focused on, some of the information that's been presented in the past around a proposed garage, and really kind of looking at the financial aspects of it. So not really getting into any of the other aspects, but really talking about the potential cost of a garage, the potential revenue streams, what that might mean in terms of the finances, of the parking utility. And before we flip the page and get into, the meat of it, just a couple of bits about the sources of the information. Most of the information you're going to see in here, and I think it's detailed in the appendix, is from a study that the Walker Parking Consulting Group did for the village in 2015. That's kind of the bulk of it. There's also one or two data points from a 2002 parking study I believe Rich and Associates did for the village, has some just parking statistics there. And then finally, some of it is just the current financial statements from the parking utility that the village has. And then lastly, and as you'll see as we go through this, the data that we analyzed was based on what was in that Walker report. It was an original proposal of a 350 space garage on the Hudson Street location. Obviously, to the extent that that is in flux and continues to change, these figures can and should be updated. But I suspect the kind of thesis that comes out of here and kind of the benefits, the issues, the costs are probably going to be similar, regardless of a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger, a little bit more expensive, a little bit cheaper. And obviously, I'd be happy to take questions, as we go. Please, interrupt me as we go. See if I get the technology working. Okay, so just in terms of the executive summary, of what's in here, the parking utility as it currently exists, for the village, operates with an annual surplus, right now of roughly $500,000. And that has been relatively constant the last 2 years, kind of 2015, and 2016. That's just the revenues that the utility takes in, less the allocation of costs, that get allocated to the garage, to the parking utility, sorry. As we said, at the outset, the original proposed 350 space Hudson, garage, would basically result in additional net costs on a standalone basis to the parking utility in the neighborhood of $700,000 per year. That's again just a standalone economics related to the garage. That covers the operating costs, an estimate of the operating cost. It covers an estimate of the debt service cost that would be on the garage, plus an estimate of the net revenues, the net additional revenues that would come in by virtue of having the garage. But on top of looking at it as a standalone garage, if you look at the parking utility as a whole, so this kind of takes your current, state of play in terms of the economics, layers onto it, the garage, the parking utility in aggregate, can continue to remain self-sufficient. It is self-sufficient today. It can continue to remain self-sufficient with the inclusion of a garage with that economics. As long as, additional revenue is raised through, a combination of new sources, extending parking hours and, meaningful rate increases. And that was really the conclusion that the Walker report, came through, was that in order for the utility as an aggregate can remain self-sufficient, even with the additional costs, provided that new revenues and new rate structures were put in place to be able to cover the additional cost from the garage. Okay, if we just look, now just in a little bit, more detail as to the current economics of the parking utility as it stands now. This is all, before any potential garage. The annual revenues are approximately $1.2 million, a year, and again, that has been roughly flat, kind of the last 2 years. And the rough breakdown of that, the on-street meters are roughly half of it. The other half comes, through the off-street parking lots, the permits, largely the commuter permits, as well as the employee permits, and then miscellaneous other fees are the kind of the last 10%. The annual expenses, related to the parking utility, $700,000. The majority of that is really coming from allocations that the village makes from other village departments, such as the police department, the maintenance department, the finance department, et cetera. So there's very little hard cost involved in it. Most of it is an allocation of existing resources. So that, results in, again, all of this before the garage, that the parking utility runs an annual surplus of roughly $500,000. The 1.2 million less the 700,000. It's currently self-sustaining, and whatever surplus that does remain, in each year is effectively, turned over to the general budget, the general fund of the village, for whatever purposes is needed. Okay. I figure it's helpful to look at, the inventory of parking in the village as you talk about kind of the economics of what the garage could do to it, what the revenues, picture may look like. The way to think about the inventory, and this is again all from the Walker study in 2015, there's a total inventory in the downtown area, broadly defined, and for those of you who have the presentation, the appendix has, the last page of the appendix, I believe, has a little bit of a map of what area that you're talking about there. It's just under 3,100 parking spots in aggregate. Close to 2/3 of that is what's referred to as private off-street lots. These are ones that are owned privately, not owned by the village. The biggest pieces there are things like the King's parking lot, Stop and Shop, Whole Foods, other businesses that are used for their customers, and their employees. The village inventory, what the village controls and what the economics of the parking utility are based on, is 1,141 spaces. And what you can see there is it's roughly broken up, roughly 50-50 between on-street spaces and off-street spaces. The off-street spaces being lots on, Walnut, Cottage, et cetera. The train station would be included in that as well. And then importantly, as you start thinking about occupancy and then potentially rate structures, is the Walker study, I think, did a helpful thing in delineating the parking area of the village into two areas, effectively a core area and a non-core area. The core area, if you just want to visualize it in your head, kind of starts at the train station on Broad Street, or Broad Avenue, I'm not sure which that is, stretches down Ridgewood Avenue, past Van Ness Square to Walnut Street, and then goes one block north and south of Ridgewood Avenue. So it would go north to Franklin Street or Avenue, and it would go south to whatever that combination of streets are, 1 block south of Ridgewood Avenue. That's the core area. And again, it's roughly 50-50 between the number of spots that are in the core area and the number of spots that are in the non-core area. So you effectively almost have 4 quadrants that the village owns, 25% roughly each, core on the street, core off the street, non-core on the street, non-core off the street. Okay. This is the page that'll probably have the most numbers, on it. But I think it was helpful, and I think in the Walker study did a good job of laying out in even more detail, than this, what was the occupancy rates from the study that they did, right? So they effectively had, as part of their study for the village, went out and did a study of what are the occupancies in each of those areas at different times of the day, and they did it on both a weekday and they did it on a weekend. Now this only looks at, the stats here are only for the village inventory. So this is the fact that those 1,100 spots that, that the village, controls. It doesn't look at the private, stuff, and the private ones, by and large, were less occupied relative to the village owned, primarily because they're in less desirable locations, if you think about where the village inventory is relative to the, to the private inventory. So you can look through, the different statistics, but on the weekday, if you see the overall occupancy, at 10 a.m. was 74%, 2 p.m. was 71%, in the evening 73%. Not surprisingly, the occupancy in the core area, given the more desirable location, was significantly higher than the non-core. The core running 82%, 75%, 82%, whereas the non-core is running 66%, 68%, and 64%, respectively. I also had mentioned at the outset a 2002 study. If you just see that kind of parenthetical, the very last row in there, those are the same stats from the 2002 study, which interestingly, it's not materially different. And when you look at kind of the parking occupancy rates in 2002 versus 2015, and if anything, it seemed like it was more occupied in 2002 across most of the data points than 2015. If you look at the right-hand side of the page, if you look at the weekend, again, not surprising in the trend lines that you're going to see. Certainly higher occupancy in the evenings, particularly in the core, and this is where you're going to see the most highly occupied, data point on here, was on a weekend in the evening at 7 p.m. They measured the core at 92% occupied. It was less, busy in the non-core. Again, as you imagine, a lot of that is because you're not going to see commuters. during that, so you're going to have more spaces available in the non-core relative to the core. So the core is running 69%, 79%, 92%, the non-core at 47%, 55%, and 59% respectively. So again, you can see very high rates in the core, but during all of these periods, the non-core still has capacity, although obviously it's not in as ideal a location. The study goes into a lot more detail than this, and I think the more detail you dig into, what you see is more extremes in the parking. That even within the core, we're running 80%, you're going to see a lot of blocks that are running 95 to 100%. If you think about Ridgewood Avenue, in front of It's Greek to Me, and if you think about, Broad Street, in front of Bagelicious, almost always running at 100%. And in the non-core areas, you're going to see a lot of areas running sub 50%. If you think about places like the Cottage Street lot, and if you think about places like the train station on the weekends. And so while these are averages, you actually see more extremes when you look at the more granular data. Okay, so that's kind of what the current state of play, if you will, of the economics and the spots in the village are today. If we now turn to the garage that was proposed, the 350 space garage on Hudson Street. Here's the economics that Walker put forward for that proposal. The total construction cost of the garage was approximately $12 million. That works out to approximately $34,000 per space. You probably recall they had also had a proposal or another option in there of a 400 plus space garage that was $13 million. Cheaper per space, more spaces because a lot of the cost is obviously in the base build of a garage. To think about the construction costs on an annual basis, you kind of think about it in two pieces. First is going to be the debt service cost of actually financing, the garage. At an estimated, rate at 3% over 20 years, that would have an annual cost of about $700,000 per year. And then you have the annual operating cost. This would be the cost of the maintenance, of the electrical, of kind of running the garage, involved. That would start out at roughly $270,000 a year, and then it could be modeled up, for inflation. So the total, incremental cost of both financing and running the garage is approximately $1 million, per year. The garage, if you did a 350 space garage as it was proposed on Hudson Street, would result in additional capacity of 274 spaces. That's the 350 less the 76 that are already currently on the ground in that surface lot. The report, estimates that, the garage would generate an incremental roughly $300,000 of new revenues coming in because of the garage. Now, importantly, in the report, they did not model any new demand coming through the system. What those revenues represent is demand that's already existing effectively elsewhere in the system, from the Brogan Cadillac lot, the Ken Smith lot, were kind of the two lots that are going to be, they're saying is going to be coming into the garage. It also assumes that the non-resident parking that used to be available, when the rates were lower, would come back with the garage. And that in aggregate would produce roughly $300,000. The rest of it would be reallocations of existing spots that may be going from less desirable locations into a garage. That obviously would have no revenue impact in and of itself of just different cars moving around the system, although it may relieve certainly crowding, right, in more crowded locations as people would move around the utility. So again, on just a pure standalone basis, the garage would, result in an additional net cost to the parking utility of roughly $700,000 per year under these assumptions. So what does that mean in terms of, the current finances for the utility? Obviously, the current surplus that the utility runs today of $500,000 would not be sufficient to cover, the additional cost of $700,000. So in order to maintain the utility as a self-sustaining utility, additional revenues would need to be raised to cover both the operating costs as well as the debt service costs. I think the ultimate amount of revenues that would be required, would likely be dependent upon, the debt service covenants that would be in the financing arrangements. Within the Walker report, they estimated, that the debt coverage would have to be 1.5 times, meaning that you'd have to have kind of 50% more revenues than whatever your interest cost was going to be, to be able to show that you could cover that. I think their models came out to, with the assumptions that I'll show you in a minute, I think came out to like 1.6 plus a little bit was their debt service, covenant. And then the last bullet point, on here is obviously, this is all assuming that the village finances it itself and owns the garage. We can certainly look to do some sort of a public-private, partnership, whereas a private party may, take some of the ownership or some of the risk associated with building the garage. Important to note, the economics in terms of revenues would likely be similar, as whoever the private operator and owner of it would want a similar economic return, in order to make sure that its costs were going to be covered. But the risks and benefits would be a little bit shifted if the village did not own it, 100%. So the revenue that the Walker study, proposed, generating to cover those additional costs, really came down to, kind of two main areas. And I guess there's obviously 3 bullet points on here, but, it's a little bit of, the first 2 are kind of similar. One would be effectively to raise, the revenue, raise the rates on the existing parking. And I think their idea and their proposal was, not just to raise it in order to cover the revenues that were needed, to finance the garage and to cover the cost of the garage, but also to take into account, the fact that a more desirable parking spot and a more desirable location, i.e. that in the core area, was more valuable, to people, and you could afford a higher rate if people might be willing to pay a higher rate for that, relative to, a non-core spot in a less desirable location. So their, proposed pricing model would be that the price for a parking spot in the core area of the village would effectively double. Today it's 50 cents an hour. That rate would go to $1 per hour. The second thing then that they had was to also increase the non-core parking, which again today is at 50 cents an hour. That would go up to 75 cents an hour, but there would be $1 in the core area, 75 cents an hour in the non-core area. And then the other thing that they proposed, or they had in their recommendations to pay for the incremental cost of the garage, was to increase the hours that the parking meters or the parking rates were in effect, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. So currently the parking rates are in effect effectively for 8 hours a day. This would raise it to 11 hours a day. And effectively, have revenues coming in from those spots from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. We delineated here an estimate of what each of those line items, would be. It's actually a little bit of compounding effect, just to be clear. So when we kind of tried to model the 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., that assumes it's at the higher rate. Clearly, if the rates were left at 50 cents, an hour, the incremental revenues from the extra hours would be less in all probability than what's modeled here. But again, these are just estimates, and so it's we don't know what the demand would be. We don't know if behavior would change, by having different hours or by having different rate structures. But this at least is an estimate of what that would look like. And so in aggregate, this would generate another $900,000 to $1.1 million a year in revenue. So if you layered that on top of the existing economics in the utility, plus the cost of the garage, you now would have a model in the aggregate that was self-sustaining, and the revenues would certainly cover the cost in a self-sustained parking utility. The last page we'll just touch on, and then again, happy to answer questions, is obviously just an acknowledgement that what we just went through, was a bunch of facts and figures and data and modeling, and it's all around just, cost and benefits and finances of the garage. There's clearly a lot of other items, that would have to be considered as you guys continue to, and residents continue to think about, the garage, beyond just a dollars and cents. Clearly some of the intangible benefits, that we listed here around business growth, around, the retail and dining, making sure there's adequate parking, both real and perceived, of what that parking is. The village vibrancy, its reputation is clearly, a concern. The attractiveness of the village as a place for commuters, to be able to take the train, is obviously a big consideration. A big benefit a big intangible benefit that could come from additional parking and less challenging parking restrictions that people feel today. Obviously, there's also a bunch of social considerations, around this, accessibility, of parking, public good, how do you think about different rate structures, affordability, clearly, and sustainability, just to name a few. I'm sure that the list is far greater than what we came up with here. And then I think the last 2 pages here, just in the appendix, is a little bit just of what the sources were, in case anybody wants to look at it. And then lastly, it's a representation from the Walker study of the map that they used. And again, you can see the kind of red highlights, if you will, is that core area. Everything else that has a number on it is considered the total downtown inventory of the village. I believe that was all of our kind of prepared remarks on this.
Okay, great, thank you. So we're just going to have a couple of questions, and we'll start with our FAC Council Liaison, Councilman Boyd. So I presumably you might have some questions. I don't know.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple questions for you, Brian, and the team. One of them relates to extending the parking hours from 6 to 9 p.m. I'm assuming that is going to be at the higher rate, and it's going to be throughout the core and non-core area. Yes?
Yeah, so the models that we did was that it would be both the higher rates and the extended hours. And that was kind of consistent with the methodology that the Walker report used in coming up with their estimates of the self-sustaining parking utility.
Got it. And then the other thing is this I'm assuming is going to still translate into a surplus if we do your proposal. So we'll end up having another $500,000 based on these increases. There'll still be a surplus at the end of the year.
Yep, I'm just pulling out the study just to confirm the numbers they had. Yeah, they still had a surplus of in excess of $500,000, per year.
Okay.
Again, the one thing I just keep in mind, and I said it, as we're going through, these are obviously all estimates, and so they're as good as all of the underlying assumptions that go into the estimates. But the idea around this was that you would continue to maintain the same surplus, so you'd have additional funds, left over to both maintain the overall utility, as well as you could have the same surplus going into the general fund.
And I know we haven't done this, but one of the things we might want to look at is if we extend the parking hours from 6 to 9 p.m., especially with the restaurants, is getting their take on that, because I'm assuming some of them may be upset with the fact that their patrons have to get out and feed the meter or whatever it is. So that's just a suggestion, I think, moving forward if we go with this. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I had some questions around the surplus, the $500,000. Now, I'm not familiar with that number. I haven't seen that before. As far as I was aware, I thought it was a buildup of several years. So it's sort of like the water utility. Water utility has a surplus of somewhere around $8 million, and that didn't happen 1 year every year. That's kind of built up over time. And now I know we had a deficit in the parking utility before going back. We had kind of a double whammy. We had a terrible economic downturn, and we had the coin theft. And once we came out of the recession, and we actually got an insurance payment of a one-time reimbursement from the coin theft of about $760,000, and that showed up in surplus for a year until it was paid back to the town. So I was just kind of wondering how you arrived at that number, because the anticipated surplus for 2017 is $250,000, and you can't anticipate more than you received the prior year in the budget.
That's a very good question, and it may very well be a little bit over my head in terms of there's a lot of, I think, very specific issues related to municipal accounting and government accounting that I don't pretend, to understand myself, and maybe at some point Bob Rudy can help bridge, the differences. But I'll try to explain to you kind of what the numbers that we looked at, with Bob's help, and kind of how I would how I would, I guess, frame the terminology that was used, here. What we looked at here was we basically looked at 2 years of data. We looked at 2015 and 2016. So we didn't do a historical, as you said, kind of build up of water flows and things like that, waterfalls, not water flows. We looked at all of the revenue that was generated, or that we were told was generated within the parking utility, for those 2 years. So we looked at all of those revenues and all that coming in, and those revenues, and I think that was on page 3 of the presentation, was approximately $1.2 million in each of 2015 and 2016. So we kind of spoke to that as our revenue number. Then we looked at the budgeted expenses of the budget of expenses that were allocated effectively to the parking utility as part of the village, the village budgets and the village expenses. For both of those years, the budget expenses on an operating basis effectively came out to roughly $700,000. And again, most of that was an allocation of different, departments. 5% of this department plus 2% of that department plus 10% of that department. So, those expenses, aggregated approximately $700,000 a year. So it was just those two numbers. They say just from an economic standpoint. Again, not trying to get into the government accounting specificity, which I don't pretend to understand or want to opine on. It's kind of more of an economic. That was the revenues that the utility was generating. Those were the costs that were allocated to the utility. The revenues less the cost was that surplus. Now, maybe a very different definition, to be fair, than the surplus that you're familiar with, which probably has a lot more things, plus and minus, going into it.
Right. It would just be important to kind of know that because there's such a difference. And if we already had a surplus of $500,000 and then the operating cost and debt service would be about $700,000, and that would mean we'd only have to raise an additional $200,000. So we could probably easily get away with 75 cents across the board and still raise what we needed and have a surplus. So we'll have to reconcile that just to make sure.
Yeah, I'd be happy to follow up with Bob Rooney, who's probably the biggest expert I know around here when it comes to this type of stuff.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Thank you. Thanks for putting this back on the agenda because we are constantly asked by residents, what's the story with the parking garage? So I'm glad that we're able to have a conversation about it. So I think you just hit, the deputy mayor asked a really good question. I think this is key for residents to understand. Currently, money that's coming into the parking utility is being allocated to other budgets within the village. What you're saying is the parking utility money would stay with the parking utility. Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling us?
I guess I'm not sure I'm telling you that. I guess one is I'm not saying the money's going to be used anywhere, right? There's all kind of an analysis. Here's my understanding, again, as I went through with the deputy mayor, the figures that we've seen around the parking utility is that it brings in, right, for each of the last 2 years, approximately $1.2 million of revenues.
Right.
The costs that get allocated to the parking utility are roughly $700,000 a year. So the utility is generating $500,000 more than it costs.
Right.
Those revenues, right, are part of the village's general fund. I may be not getting the exact legal terminology, correct, but that funds are available for other purposes, whether it's at the parking utility or elsewhere. When we tried to model out, and I think this is what Walker tried to do in their study, the economics associated with the garage, is that it wanted to show that the total utility, so what we currently have, plus the economics associated with the garage, could still be completely self-sustaining. Right, meaning that that we're going to generate enough revenues within the parking utility to cover the additional costs associated, with the garage. And I think to the earlier question was that model would result in a similar surplus that currently exists now, right? If you did the rate increases in terms of the 75 cents an hour, the $1 an hour, as well as the extended hours from 6 to 9 p.m., that additional revenues and the additional costs from the garage added together with the current economics would result in a similar surplus.
Okay.
Does that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense, but I guess for us, since we're actually in the budget process right now, and maybe Bob can come up in a little bit so we can ask more financial questions, it makes sense to me that the parking utility would pay for parking utility costs and not wouldn't offset costs in other budgets if we could at all possibly do that.
Yep.
But then we would have to make very hard decisions about these other departments that have been depending on that money to run their department. So that's the second piece of this. So thank you. That's answering that. In terms of the dollars and cents inside the garage, where did you guys come up with your numbers for what's going to happen inside the garage to produce that revenue? Or did you even get that far yet?
Yeah, I mean, those were consistent with the numbers that the Walker study.
Okay, so you used those numbers.
We took the numbers from the Walker, but yeah, we didn't make independent assessments of what that would be, so they should all be consistent with the numbers that the Walker report laid out.
Okay. Let me just see. So my colleagues, the mayor and Councilman Voigt, are on the planning board, and they're seeing all of the applications coming across now for these other developments. So I have to think that those developments are going to play a big part in who's filling the spaces in garages. And I'll just use my family as an example. I had like 4 or 5 friends and family visit me. So if I lived in one of those complexes and they came and weren't able to park on site where I am, where are they going to park? They're either going to park in the street or they're going to park in the garage. So I feel like we really don't know the impact. It's an assumption that we're making for those developments. So I don't even know if you guys have started talking about those pieces of it as to, I mean, I'm sure you have.
The planning board meetings are actually open, and you're always welcome. And actually, we're now televised, so we have been talking about all of it.
So those assumptions have to be part of this. So I don't know how we as a council will start, kind of blending the two together to make sure that your assumptions match those assumptions, so that we're on the same page or on the same trajectory.
Agreed.
And then what was the other question that I had? And that was, I guess, my question to the demand. It's not new demand, it's the existing demand that you used. Let me just see. I think that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Hache.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the methodology and the framework that was used in the analysis. I think it needs to be updated a bit, because I think we're looking at, I feel like it's a flashback from 12 months ago. So we're no longer talking about a 350 space garage. It's now closer to 240 to 250. 350 is consistent with, if you think about 70 spaces roughly per floor, that's consistent with a 4-story, 5-level garage. So that needs to be updated. Construction costs, again, we're well below the $12 million that was assumed at 350. I think now we're closer to $10 million when we've been talking to Desmond. So that needs to be updated. And you also have to take into account that the new design of the garage will include 2,300 square feet of retail space. Throw in a $40 square foot figure, that's about $92,000 in revenue, which, if we're talking about a smaller garage, we put an even bigger dent on the differential of $700,000. So those are some of the things I think I would like to see kind of updated in this, because I think it would be a bit more relevant in terms of what the reality is now, and what are we confronting today as opposed to 12 months ago. My only concern with the Walker study is that when you look at the weekend occupancy, I'm assuming that they throw in Sunday as well?
The Walker study just used Saturday. They did Wednesday and Saturday, I believe, was their study.
Okay. But I mean, that would be my sort of, if it's really going to be relevant to me, it's got to be updated with what it is that we're facing today, not what could have been a 350 space garage, which was voted down already. So.
Yeah, no, I think we're happy to take on the responsibility of updating it once, if and when, figures and other stuff is available. Happy to do that.
That's it? Okay. Now I have a couple of questions.
Okay, sure.
So my pages are stapled in different order, so they're actually reversed, so I'm flipping
Okay.
and
Sorry, I might have had the
flopping
file
all
set
over.
on two-sided print. My apology.
Okay,
I'm trying
that's
to
all
be a
right.
little more environmentally friendly at home.
It's okay. Just bear with me. So actually, my first question is, and I know there's a math involved here that I don't necessarily always agree with. When you have an existing number of spaces, we have them in the lot. Right now, they cost us how much? 0. We have them. It exists. So when we say it's actually $34,000 per space, it's really kind of a false math, because those 350 spaces being divided into your 12 million should in fact not be that. It should be your netted result into your number. So if you were taking your net, so I think the argument here is, in some instances you would take, I think at one point there were removed street spaces and whatever, but all those spaces are really cost efficient for us because they're 0. So if you're netting down to that, what is the number? And I guess I could do it with a calculator myself, and hopefully FAC members have calculators in their pocket. So if we were taking the netting it out, let's just net that number.
Spots. Was that the logic you were doing?
Yeah, so take those 70, so go back to your 254, or whatever that number was, 274
So that'd be
that you're netting.
approximately $43,000 per incremental space, if that's how you want to phrase it, right? So it'd be $12 million of construction to net an incremental 274 spaces. The incremental cost of each of those 274 spaces would be $43,000 approximately.
So so that clears that up for me, and I prefer that math because, in fairness, right now we have stuff there that's costing us nothing. My next question is, so when Walker did their study, they were relying on absorbing the Ken Smith into this location, and Brogan. We never actually used Brogan, right? So, but Ken Smith we haven't used now for well over a year. So, those vehicles already have been absorbed in somewhere comfortably. So, if that's the case, does that now require further study for you? Because if those vehicles have already been absorbed into the utility network, then perhaps the numbers then are false. And I'm just asking that as I guess there's some assumptions in there that you would make. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right in that the assumptions that were made in the Walker report was that the new increment, they did not assume any incremental new demand from outside of the people that were already parking or the non-residents.
Right.
So the one thing they did assume was that the non-residents who used to park here, they said the number of permits went way down, that would come back with a garage, as well as the Brogan and Ken Smith. If the Ken Smith and Brogan spots have already been assumed into the utility, or they've gone outside of the utility, then I think if we ask Walker to update the study, that would probably not be included in those revenues. I think we certainly on the FAC could get into a bit of a debate about whether or not you would assume that there would be any new demand or not. I think consistent with the Walker methodology, they didn't assume any, we didn't assume any here. Okay. But then I think you'd start to get into a debate about would there be other types of revenues from people coming into the system or not. And I think people could have differing views on that for sure.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, what is the tipping point in terms of, I always go back to years ago when I think the meters were extended to 8 o'clock, and there was this backlash from the business community, and they said, you're killing us, you're killing us. So I guess my question is, what is the tipping point that we're killing them again? And they're going to say, this is not working, because, in the retail world, it's so difficult. It's so difficult right now between online shopping and malls. I can park for free all day right outside of Lord & Taylor, and it's so easy. Amazon delivers every day. How many had an Amazon package delivered today? So the competition is so real. And the question then becomes, if you start to increase those prices, what's that tipping point that people are going to say, you know what, I'm just going straight up to Ridgewood Avenue and go shopping at the mall or over to GSP or Paramus Park. Have you thought that through? And
to be honest, no. I don't think we were kind of asked to think about that, nor have the expertise, I think, quite frankly, to determine where a tipping point would be. And I think you'd have to think about it in both price and time dimensions, right? I think there's probably a tipping point, to your point about the price as to how high it would go when
Right.
people would opt out.
Right.
And I think there's also a tipping point around hours.
Right.
Right. And so I think, that would certainly be two important factors that people would have to give consideration to.
Okay, and then my last question is, if you would be kind enough to elaborate on, sorry, I'm still flipping here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Every which way.
Take your time.
The social considerations, affordability and sustainability, just in terms of affordability, just to kind of elaborate on that, and, public good and accessibility. And actually, I will have one other comment too, but go ahead.
I think they are, they probably take a number of forms, which is why they weren't kind of elaborated more on here, because I think everybody will have their own opinion, as to what, affordability means, I think, quite frankly, right?
You wrote it, I don't know, so that's why I'm asking you to explain.
Yeah, no, I think it's from my standpoint, as you said, it sort of gets back to your earlier question about, is there a tipping point? Right, to be considered in terms of the price of a parking spot, whether it's the per hour spot, whether it's a employee permit, whether it's a commuter permit. There probably is a tipping point, on the high end, but I think you also have to give consideration, and I think you are giving consideration, to the low end of that as well. And maybe there's even, more that could be thought about. These were the recommendations that the Walker study put through, but maybe there's certain areas that could be more expensive, but maybe there should be more areas that are free, right? And I think those are kind of some of those public good and social considerations there's clearly a desire, if you want to build a garage, to try to have that, the economics be self-sustained and self-sufficient. But I think there's also, a thought that it has to be for the social good and have it be affordable. For both people that can afford a higher end or are willing to pay a higher end, but also for people who may not be. And getting that balance right is just some of the considerations that I think are getting thought through here.
Okay. All right. Just one last question. On this, Councilman Walsh raised the issue of the budget allocations. And it's an interesting question because our village manager will shake her head or reach over and say, you're all wrong. And actually, our CFO is sitting back there, so he can thumbs up or thumbs down. But those budget allocations are based on an allocation of time. So sometimes the engineering department spends X amount of time in this particular department. The village attorney spends X amount of time on these matters. And so necessarily those allocations shouldn't come out. You have to assign it to the budget or the department where the work was done for. So with a garage, it's accurate. So the village manager spends X amount of time on the parking utility. She'll spend X amount of time in the health department. So all those have to allocate her time, so that everybody shares that, and it's not just coming out of one piece. So in fact, it's possible that number, that assumption, could actually go higher, that allocation, because a garage might actually create a situation where more time is actually allocated by somebody, but that's not actually incorporated into this. That concept isn't calculated in.
Correct. There is the data that was here assumes that the current allocation, remained, and certainly, I'm sure people could speak to those. Could get higher. They may get lower. I don't know all of the intricacies of what.
Right. Fluid. Okay.
What moves those, but I would say they've been relatively consistent for the last 2 years. But clearly, to your point, that doesn't include a major change.
Right.
To the utility.
It is a great way to.
Garage may have other unforeseen pluses and minuses.
And I appreciate that's actually it. I guess it doesn't anticipate a major change, and this would be a major change, and we don't really know what would happen, what that framework and how that moves forward. Okay. So we thank you. This was wonderful, and we really appreciate you coming out tonight and putting this presentation together. And it still says draft. I hope it's not still the draft copy. But it's really wonderful.
That was supposed to come off.
Okay.
That's all right. I figured it.
Thanks,
Actually, I
guys.
had one that didn't say draft. But thank you. I think our residents really appreciate the time and energy and effort spent on this. So thank you
very much.
Mayor, could I ask the council, based on Councilman Hache's suggestion, that we look at this from an updated standpoint? In other words, looking at it from the smaller garage and the addition of retail?
Yeah, so I think that before I think we want to probably have a little bit more, solidify that plan just a little bit more, because we're waiting on a couple of legal issues and other matters. And I think before we give anybody work to do, or not that, I'm sure they appreciate that they're, volunteers and they're doing a great job. So I think we should just at least wait till we have it a little bit more.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask if you wanted Bob or Renee to come up to answer any financial questions, or if you're fine for the time being.
I mean, I think
we can ask them in the budget, I guess, the budget hearings.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually have a question for Bob as it relates to the surplus.
Okay.
And what do we do with that surplus at the end of the year? Does it stay with the utility, or does it get allocated elsewhere?
Good evening. So just a little bit of history in parking. As Councilman Seaton pointed out, we had years where we had deficits, and those deficits were generated by defalcation. After the defalcation ended and we had an insurance reimbursement, we generated a sufficient surplus. Okay, so in 2014 we had a surplus of roughly $400,000. At the end of 15 we had 1.1 million, and that was a result of the insurance proceeds of 700 and some odd thousand.
Those are for the quarters?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So the village decided, and rightfully so, to reimburse the general fund
The village.
for all the years that they had to fund those deficits, okay? Which they did, and we still have $100,000 some odd dollars left this year. But because of that influx of the insurance proceeds, we had the benefit of also bringing money over to the general fund from their surplus, which is allowable by state law, to help repay the general fund. Okay. Normally, however, the parking utility runs, like this year at the end of 16, which the FAC didn't have privilege to because I hadn't finished the unaudited financial statements, they're relatively flat. So our surplus at the end of 16 is about $700,000. So when you compare it, it actually went down about $400,000. Revenue collections were flat on meters. We had some issues with the park and ride, but we finally resolved that. But, again, those are things that contribute to some of the shortcomings. So to answer your first question, that surplus money, if it is available, can be used to offset increases in other funds if necessary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, then while you're here, then what was the actual surplus then that the utility collected, I guess, for 15 and 16? Not, I guess, cumulative, but just for that single year.
15, I think, is $1.2 million just on revenue collections on the meters, and parking permits and things of that nature. 16 was maybe $20,000 more than that. So again, moving forward, as we look at how the utility is going to operate and the impact it would have on a garage, there have been a lot of things that changed, as Councilman Hache pointed out. Interest rates changed. You had a change in rate structure. There's a lot of other things that come into play that need to be analyzed to see how this thing's going to progress going forward.
Are those the revenues or surplus?
The revenue, I thought the revenue.
That's I just wanted to know the surplus.
I think Mike asked the surplus, not the revenues. I just wanted to
be... Surplus in 14 was $400,000, roughly.
Okay, thank you.
1.2 in 16 and 725. I'm sorry, 1.2 in 15 and 725 at the end of 16.
So $1.2 million in 2015 was all of the surplus from the parking utility.
That's correct. Of that, $700,000 came from the insurance proceeds.
Right. So let's just take let's take that insurance money off the table.
Yep.
And let's start from scratch, because I actually know that went back, we paid the village back,
yeah,
and that was the right
that's-
thing to do.
Right.
So the 12, so we're going to take the 7 off, so that's a 5, right? And then, so let's move forward from there. So that, what, 2015 was 5?
2015 was 5, that's correct.
Correct, and then 2016?
2016 was flat. There was very little excess.
Okay, all right. That's the, okay. So the assumption that you have this annual surplus of 500 is somewhat misleading because...
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I don't mean that anybody misled. I just meant that it's I don't mean it like that.
accounting.
There's
Right,
more
it's just,
factors
right,
to
it's
look
just an
at.
account, right, okay. I didn't want anyone to interpret that the wrong way. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll move on to Ridgewood Water under discussion items, change order for furnishing and installing control valves at various locations. The sole bid for this project in 2016 was from CFM Construction. This is a change order for an additional $26,960, which is required to complete work beyond the original contract scope. This is a 9.6% increase, and it is allocated for in the water utility capital budget.
Okay, questions? No? Comments? Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to parking. I think I'm going to have Chris Rethauser come up in case you do have any questions about anything that we're going to discuss, or in case he does have any comments. The first is the Cambridge and Bogart parking restrictions.
Great. Great. So first, I just want to say I appreciate all of our residents coming out to really weigh in on this important issue. And quite frankly, never in my wildest imagination on Village Council would I think the most passionate and hot topic would be not just parking in the central business district, but residential parking. It's amazing. And rightfully so, I'm not judging anyone on that. But so I actually asked to have this on the agenda, or place this on the agenda, for a couple of reasons, and I was hoping everyone could wrap their heads around this. On October 5th, actually, Charlie DeMarco is here this evening, and maybe Charlie would want to come up to the microphone. Do you mind, Charlie? So Charlie is the chairman for Citizen Safety Advisory Committee. You could just stay there for the night now. Don't move. Okay. Okay. So a couple of things, and I want to take a step back, and I want to first thank you for sending me the minutes to the meetings throughout the past year that were specific to Bogart and Cambridge. On September, and I don't have everything right in front of me, but I believe it was on or about September 15th, there was a discussion at Citizens Safety Advisory Committee for the implementation of traffic calming stripes offset from the curb at 36 inches. And that came to the council work session on October 5th, and my records indicate it was voted by consent agenda on October 12th, Resolution 16-317. And so when I go down to Bogart, there are no stripes painted there at this point, and I just want to know what happened to the first initial measure, which was the least restrictive of the traffic calming striping. Did we not? I think we adopted it. So.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, it was adopted. However, in further discussion with the police department, if you had the edge striping, it could provide a very good walking area for a pedestrian. However, absent a no parking ordinance, there would be nothing to prevent a vehicle from obstructing it, causing the problem we were trying to address in the first place.
Okay. And that striping was just around the circle perimeter, or is that? Or?
It was, I believe it's going to be on the outside, up both Cambridge and Bogart.
Okay. And how far down?
How far? Well, I'm using the term up because I'm saying like from north, from West Glen, it would probably go up 500 to 800 feet easily.
Okay. So now, is that something that would have been done, or we still plan to do?
At this time, given the current ordinance, if the current ordinance was to remain in effect, I would not recommend doing it because the parking restriction is preventing the vehicles from parking along the curb, constricting the walking area that pedestrians have.
So just let me understand. So if the current parking restrictions remain, you wouldn't do the striping?
No.
So maybe I just misunderstood, sorry.
No.
I thought you just said that the striping wasn't implemented without the correct parking ordinance.
After the council adopted the ordinance, I had further discussions with the police department, and they did point out that if a vehicle were to park in an area where this edge line striping was, absent a parking ordinance, we would be back in the same position where you'd have an obstruction causing the pedestrians to walk out into the street.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I actually had read an article that was really kind of dug deep into this, and it suggested that parked cars are actually a traffic calming measure. And I just wanted to know if somebody would comment on that.
Yes, they can be. You are correct. The article is correct. Parked cars can be a traffic calming measure because what they do is they constrict the traffic way for moving vehicles. What that article may or may not have said, I don't know which article you're referring to, is whether that also included the mix of pedestrians walking within the face-of-curb to face-of-curb area, not on a sidewalk.
Okay. And then, anybody can jump right in and ask questions if you want to, but I had one more question.
Sure.
I know that absent sidewalks, this appears to be an obvious safety precaution. And then the question is, well, I don't know which resident said install the sidewalks. So I don't recall who said, well, then if not this, then put the sidewalks in. And maybe you'll help me out on this. I see that there are types of pedestrian pathways that can be installed, that sometimes they're made of rubberized material. And ideally, the point is only to remove the pedestrians, the people, from the road onto, presumably we have a village right-of-way there.
Yes, we do have, I believe, I don't have the tax map with me, I believe we have a 50-foot right-of-way. The current face-of-curb to face-of-curb is in the 28, 30-foot range. So there's roughly 10 feet from face-of-curb behind into the resident's property that is still the public right-of-way.
Okay, so for the residents, so they understand that from the curb 10 feet back is village-owned property?
Village-controlled, yes.
Village-controlled. So is there a pedestrian pathway? And I actually knew this, but I just wanted to kind of put it out there into the world so you would just walk us through it. So my question is there a pedestrian pathway, not a traditional sidewalk, that the Citizen Safety Advisory Committee or, Chris, yourself, somebody could explore? And I see I've kind of done a little research on this as well, whether or not it's this, there's like some rubberized material that is, you get credits for environmental, REAC gets credits and points and things, and it kind of just rolls out into the grass and allows just for a pedestrian walkway. It's not, and it goes around trees. It doesn't mean you have to cut down trees. It doesn't uproot with tree roots. So it just, are there other, I guess the question is, are there other approaches to allowing pedestrians to get kids and people off the street and onto that grassy area without putting full-blown sidewalks through?
There could be, and I have to qualify that. The materials you describe could work if they could be made to be compliant with the Americans with Disability Act statutes.
They are. Mm-hmm.
Mostly under the PRO-ACT, Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines. That dictates the slopes, cross slopes, and also any kind of vertical differences a walkway would have, grades and so on. Those are also the regulations where you'll see throughout the village at corners we construct depressed ramping with the red dimple mat. That's a detectable warning surface for the visually impaired. Again, it's a requirement of the Disability Act.
Those materials, would they work? Possibly. We'd have to look into it. The next question would be who's going to be responsible once it were laid out for its maintenance and upkeep. Would it be like the village, the concrete sidewalks in the village, where that responsibility then becomes the adjoining or the abutting property owners, or to be determined?
Well, I mean, my view would be the property owner abutting, not us.
And also in that area regarding sidewalks, if the village were to consider sidewalks, there are trees in the way. Yes, you're correct, you can always go around the tree. Then the question is whether in arcing around the tree, you exceed the dimensions of the right-of-way and you go into private property, and whether that would require a further easement for this material to be placed.
Okay. So can I just ask one more question? Sure. Okay, I just had one more. So when I went through the minutes to the meeting, and I know they're not verbatim minutes, but I observed that on October 12th, we did, the village council adopted this resolution so we could put in this. And then a few days later, there was additional conversation and discussion of no parking. But the discussion actually came from Melanie McWilliams, who was working on the Travel Safety Committee and had been to a number of these meetings. And she had suggested no parking, but in her comments, she actually states around that bend, around that corner. She only ever states that. And then when the signs went up, I think there was an email correspondence back and forth again, like, what is this? How come it's 500 feet back? And once again, it was the same Melanie. You don't mind if I'm saying your name? Thank you. So again, Melanie, who was kind of working on this initiative as to implement a safety initiative, again, she questioned this 500 feet because this came as a surprise to her because she had only was talking about that circular part. So first, I just wanted to understand better how the 500 feet came. And quite frankly, I only ever thought it was the circle part, and I think the 500 feet, for some reason, I probably thought in my mind that's a pretty big circle. But go ahead. So maybe you could...
There's a couple things that we undertook in the development of the ordinance. One is the researching what's going to define an intersection and the setbacks we have. A quick, simple one is like there's no parking within 50 feet of a stop sign. We already have that for the stop sign at exiting onto Glen. And then whether those corners and turns, we had a very lively discussion in engineering, whether they would be considered an intersection and would require setback distances. The conservative conclusion was they would, and hence we pushed it further back. We also looked for how far, taking an approximation of how far parents would be comfortable to park from where they would want to discharge their children and have them walk over to school. Because part of it was to dissuade those vehicles parking during the morning into school and afternoon outflow from school.
Okay. So if we wanted to just shorten that, there was no...
It could be shortened by a few hundred feet, but we'd have to be we have to stay away from the arc and the curving over there because that's considered an intersection.
Intersection, got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you. So Chris, I mean, absent doing the signs, are there simple fixes that we can do here? I mean, I looked at the area the other day, and I know some shrubs are right up against the curb, and if we were to eliminate those shrubs in some of the residences, you would have a kind of a pathway along their kind of their curb / their property. I mean, can we do simple fixes like that to kind of, because to be honest with you, I don't see where the kids can walk except on the street. So
that's what we saw also.
Yeah. So I mean, is there anything we can do along, either Bogart or Cambridge that we can kind of make from the curb to maybe 5 or 6 feet into the property, kids can walk along there?
Again, a lot of the areas, as you correctly said, have shrubs. There's also trees, shade trees in the way. Whether we want to go to a drastic approach to trim those or remove them, again, that would be a council decision.
Do we have the right to do that?
That I'd have to I'd have to double check and defer to the village attorney on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hi, thank you. I guess the major safety concern, like around all schools, is pick-up and drop-off time. So would there be any major impact to safety if it was sort of modeled after similar parking restrictions around schools, where you would limit parking around the curve for, a specific time in the morning and then a specific time in the afternoon that would coincide with drop-off and pickup?
Yes, you could do that. Again, if the council so wishes. It would make enforcement a little more difficult for the police department. They'd have to be out there several times a day rather than just once a day, once everybody understood what the regulations are. That's well within your purview.
But I mean, if the issue is specifically with drop-off and pickup, then, the police wouldn't necessarily have to go there in the middle of the afternoon at, say, noon or 1 o'clock to, enforce safety if there's really just a couple cars visiting neighbors on the road and there's no heavy traffic of children moving back and forth.
Yeah, that can be done.
Thank you.
If the council would like to change the ordinance in that direction, just let me know.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Walsh?
Thanks, guys, for coming. Thanks to all the residents. Some of them are here, some are not here, and hopefully watching at home, because I would have hoped that they would have stayed for the public hearing or the discussion on it. I think that parking has been a topic tonight. For those that do come to citizen safety, it's a topic every single month, and I'm sure when the deputy mayor was there, it was on their agendas as well.
Parking and sidewalks,
and it always goes to safety. I mean, the restrictions, the citizen safety is citizen safety. The only reason we have a citizen safety commission is to determine whether there are safety issues. And it has nothing to do with what we feel is right or wrong. It always goes back to safety. And that's how this started many years ago, and I guess was in and out of councils and safety commissions and federated and all the other places where people talk about safety. So when this was at this was actually in citizen safety by the time I got back on citizen safety. It was a topic of conversation. And I think that the general consensus of citizen safety members was that if there's a safety issue, we have to deal with it. And the discussion was always, what is the happy medium? So by having Bogart and Cambridge as relatively long roads, we're looking at the tax map right now. How we didn't realize the 500-foot. I guess that came after the fact. So I'm glad that we're talking about it. But how far back would the cars have to go so that the line of sight for a car coming down the street would see children as they're coming around the turn, because the sidewalk ends at the corner property and then the kids have to go onto the street. So if they were coming around and you saw them walking, and I'm just going to say that most people would walk to the left. They wouldn't walk on the inside because you're following where the sidewalk was. So you'd be walking on the west side of Bogart Avenue, walking north. That to eliminate a couple of parking spots there, and then on the same side where cars are coming around and you don't have a line of sight around the curb, that would be where the no parking would be, so that the children would be able to walk, strollers would be able to walk, and there would be safety for the line of sight, and then there would be parking beyond that. I think the biggest challenge was that, and as Councilman Hache and I are looking at this, the lots are only 60 foot deep or wide. So 500 feet goes back a considerable distance, and effectively goes from almost six houses on this side, and then not as many on the interior. So I guess the topic for discussion is the 500 foot. Does the 500 foot Is that a state law? Like, where did the 500-foot come from? I guess that's the question.
We took that through our engineering discussions and determination of where we wanted. We wanted the no parking restriction to go far up to where traffic is stabilized from turning movements, and also where pedestrians could be, or say children in this case, could be comfortably against the curb walking. Just got a question for you. Were you having the pedestrians going with traffic or against traffic?
So on the west side, they'd be going against traffic because the sidewalk that's on Bogart, before you get to the little circle, before the traffic circle, the sidewalk is on the west side. So, and I walked that route for 7 years. So you walk on the inside, you walk, or on the outside. You follow where the sidewalk was and walk around. So if you're looking at the tax map, you'd be walking on this inside here.
It's too bad we don't have that on our big screen.
Yeah,
really show it.
we could just, yeah. Oh, and it just turned. Because typically, if they're coming across or coming down from where the crossing guard is, although most people cross there with parents, they cross right across there and then onto the sidewalk for the, 40 feet or however long the sidewalk is, and then around the curve and then up the street. And the same thing on the east side. If you're coming from BF or if you're coming across, what happens is a lot of times people will cut from the sidewalk on the diagonal to get onto the Cambridge side, or they'll hug the inside of Cambridge and go around. So if you were a car coming south on Cambridge, you wouldn't see them until they really literally popped around the corner. But one of the things that you said, and I guess I have a question, and this keeps coming up, so a curve is considered an intersection in these. Is that what you were determining? Yeah. That these are considered intersections because that's where the two roads, that's where the...
Yeah, because you're coming up off of Glen, you split, and then you also have a roundabout, or
right,
old-fashioned term, a small traffic circle. So that is an intersection there. Once we consider it like that,
considered the intersection. So you wouldn't be able to park on the curve regardless, because it's an intersection.
Not recommended, not at all.
And the same thing on the interior.
Absolutely.
On the curves. I think that's it. That's all I had. I don't know if you have anything else.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to reiterate just some of the points because I think it's important to reiterate. I think that, the issue here really is safety for the entire area. And I think even on the Glen side, I think that there's a need there for a crosswalk, a crossing guard in that area, potentially. I just think that where it is now, for that being a very sort of dangerous kind of intersection, that there's not a crossing guard there, that could be an issue. But one question I've seen in other municipalities where they have a lot more streets without sidewalks than we do. I think Wycliffe Lake may have this. I have seen that they have painted kind of jogging lanes along the road.
Similar to the edge line striping,
right,
the mayor discussed.
Right, but in this case, for example, because there's sort of a centerpiece, kind of a rectangle in the middle of both streets where they kind of goes around, would it be possible to have one of those sort of lanes painted on there and have cars parked to the outside of the lane? Because, the safety concern is that children are going to have to walk out into the middle of the road around the cars. And parked cars, some will argue, that are actually traffic calming. Would that work? Have the cars kind of parked outside of the lane, so a gap from the edge of that grass?
We'd have to take a very careful look at it. My concern is that if you've got a motorist to park and leaving a, say, 3-foot strip, that motorist itself, with what's left for traffic to pass past them, might be too tight. I'd really want to take a look at it to see if we still had a proper thoroughfare.
Right, but on one side of the street, not on both sides. But at least give sort of a safe haven for the kids to be able to walk on one side without having to install sidewalks, without having to make any modifications that we know are costly and would really narrow the street per se.
You're correct, it would narrow the street. It would be very much dependent that the drivers of the vehicles parking kept their passenger side outside a marked line to still have that zone or that comfort zone for the pedestrians.
And I do like suggestion from Deputy Mayor about maybe modifying the hours, because again, if the concern is children walking, pedestrian safety, it becomes a lot more difficult to police that and enforcement throughout the day, as opposed to knowing that you're going to have specific times during the day around drop-off and pick-up times in the morning and the afternoon that we can have the restrictions apply then.
So, no other questions, right? So what I would like to do is maybe just ask if we can take a look at this before our next meeting to see if we can put something together. I just want to point out that on my street, and when there are roads with these kind of unusual circumstances, as is mine's actually our street is a very unusual historic streetscape in Ridgewood, and it's a winding road on my side, my end, kind of like Cottage Place, it's winding. And on those streets, there's only one side of the street is zero parking whatsoever because of the winding nature of the street. And then there's parking on the other side, and the streets are very narrow as well. So whenever there are unusual circumstances, sometimes you have to treat them a little bit differently. It's not just a straightaway street. But the one thing we do want to do is find a compromise, and hopefully we can kind of work this through. So I thank you both, and I have a couple of ideas, and maybe we can email on it and make sure that Charlie and Councilman Walsh are in the loop. I do want to end this discussion on one note. This is a safety initiative, and it's simply that, no more, no less. And I just want to point out that, and I'm going to use her name again, Melanie, was very spirited and passionate about this issue, and I commend her for her hard work and energy and effort on it. And I would hope that everyone continues to remain civil and decent and kind about this. So I just want to say thank you, and we'll work on this for next week.
Okay, I think we might need a little more direction. Is everyone here in concurrence that we're going to have no parking only during specific hours?
I would make the suggestion because there's still half-day kindergarten for the remainder of this year, and as time marches on this year, as school year, as kids will be happy to hear, is coming to an end.
Right.
So I think it gives us just enough time that we can look at this. So if we were to go that route, we wouldn't really introduce anything, I would say, in April. We would wait until May to introduce something and then vote on it in June, and then 20 days afterwards it would be enacted, and that should take us close to the end of school. So that would cover all-day parking restrictions for the next 3 months for the end of this school year, so you could take into account, children going back and forth for half-day kindergarten, and then once that's done in this full-day kindergarten, then you wouldn't really have that movement in the middle of the day, and then it might make more sense to kind of go about this.
Yeah, so I was actually thinking to start by next week, and the only reason is because we did have an email from another resident, I think her name was Gabby. Anyway, so she pointed out that what's happening is, and it's remarkably similar to Palmer and Sherman, that they're actually bearing the brunt, and they're now having that same issue where they've absorbed all this traffic. And so even if we at least get something introduced, we can always hold it or then decide to see if we want to move forward with it at that point. Does that make sense? Are you good with that? Or is that better? Okay. Sure. All right.
Okay, so everyone's in favor of the limited hours, like we do around all the other schools. Is that what we're saying?
Well, so I have a question, though, because I drove around, like I was on Brookside today, and the Brookside restriction is all day. Brookside, the signs on Brookside.
That's to dissuade the students from parking, because that was generated from students driving to the high school and parking on Brookside. And it's been there for about 20 years, I believe.
Right, but I guess as we're looking at parking across the whole village, these parking restrictions that we have by schools, because, again, citizen safety, we just talked about Ridge School again, and we talked about Clinton Avenue. I think I saw Bob Furman here. So there has to be some consistency, I guess, or we're going to pull our hair out.
You know, and it's a great point, and it's interesting. We were just talking about this over on my street when there's no parking to dissuade the students from parking, and then the kids rent the spaces at the church lot, and then the church parishioners park on Circle. So it's kind of a crazy thing, and so I think at some point, yes, we have to have some continuity, but as we're talking about this right now, and I agree with Councilwoman Walsh, I think after a while. So my thought is, why don't we say from what you are considering the intersection, and I agree with that that's the intersection, and start your point there of no parking. So we go no parking from that intersection for the 50 feet. And then we make the hours for no parking for the next 400 feet. No, actually, technically, I guess it would be a little bit less than 400, so it would probably be about 300. So wherever that 500-foot mark ends, that would be whatever the morning hours for like a half an hour and a half hour before and after.
It's usually like 8 to 9:30, and then like 2
I'm
to
so far
3:30.
removed from elementary school, I actually have no clue what time they start.
I think I would check the ordinance.
Yeah.
For other
Okay.
ordinances
Cool.
similar
Right.
to the elementary schools.
Okay.
It's usually sometimes like 7:30 to 8:30.
Yeah.
Or 8 o'clock to
That
9
hour,
o'clock.
right.
And I could also double check with the Board of Ed as to when their primary inflow and outflow times are.
Okay, good. And in all likelihood, and to the Deputy Mayor's point, when kindergartners, as the half-day kindergarten, a lot of parents are picking up as well at that point, so
Okay.
not so many walking.
Okay, so Chris, you have enough information to make the changes? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
So our next item is train station parking lot, and Mayor Newton, I know you sent out a memo to your council colleagues.
Okay. So this was just an observation I made down at the train station. Actually, I shouldn't take credit for it because it's actually a former planning board member, and I have to give credit where credit is due. We said, go look at the train station because there's a lot of parking opportunity that you can grab there. And so I went there, and you'll see I have the Google map, Google Earth, and then I took some photos. And it's just for consideration, it's just a thought. In that, if you'll see on the opposite side of the spaces adjacent to Garber Square, in that median is very wide, and actually there's enough for additional parking right up there, and all the trees along that row are dead. So it would require funding for, do you have this paper? Do you want it?
I met with Heather earlier this afternoon.
Oh, sorry.
She briefed me on your suggestion.
Okay. And so my thought is that even though it looks pretty, there's not a lot of folks that use it. And we can probably gain, I think, by my count, and I could be wrong, 28 spaces along there if we were just to. And those are premium spaces because they're right in a train station lot.
And now,
there's no sewage or anything, there's no drainage, there's nothing there.
There is a sewer line, but you can easily put a parking spot over it.
Okay, right. I mean, but there's no drainage thing. So there's 28 spaces there, and then when I go to the other, I'm sorry, Heather, did you want
No, go ahead.
to jump in there? And then if you go to the other side, let me just look at my pictures again. So on Wilsey, again, we have this very wide island separating the parking spaces on a diagonal facing Wilsey in that lot. And again, we can either add spaces there, which looks like it fits about 10 at minimum, parallel parking, or it actually has enough space for diagonal, which you could probably double that, add another 20. And that's with almost limited to zero, limited effort, minimal effort, gaining about 35, 38 spaces. So I just wanted everyone's thoughts on it, questions, conversation, and whether or not we're interested in looking at it.
I think it's a good idea, absolutely. I mean, we need parking. and this is this is a potential. I guess the only question I have is what the cost would be, and I'm assuming, Chris, you would look at that as well.
Yes.
So what's this, and the timing of it would be really helpful. But yeah, absolutely.
I would recommend that we use the parking utility surplus.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilman Voigt. And, my question would be obviously cost, but it's worth getting that information to see if we can add potentially 30 to 40 spaces right there at the train station. Commuters, I'm sure, would be happy about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyone? Thoughts?
So on Willsey, there would be straight slots, like on the other side of the street.
So I'm not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just a thinker. So what there is enough for diagonal, and it's interesting that we just did, actually Mr. Loving had sent me this, Hoboken is doing a reverse angled space, which means you simply pull up back in, meaning you could just pull back out and not have any concern about oncoming traffic. So you could either do diagonal, but that's an engineering discussion. It's outside of my ability to think that through. But that's something I think we would look at either or, because one way you get about 8 to 10 spaces, and the other way you get whatever that number is on the opposite side, maybe shave off 5. So it'd be one way you get 20.
Usually when people come around that turn, even though they're supposed to be going the speed limit, they usually have some speed. So if you had people backing out into...
No, but that's why I said not to back out. You would do that reverse angle, which is actually fascinating to me. It took me a few seconds to figure it out, but when you actually pass your space, and so it's just like no different than actually backing into a parallel parking space. You just back into this angle, which is it's like a slightly different angle than a regular angle space. And so the issue always is when you're backing out into the traffic, oncoming traffic. So this eliminates that because your driver's side window is facing the oncoming traffic and you just pull right out. So I think it's an opportunity to even implement that, so.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the bigger challenge.
Right.
Because of the speed of the cars that come around and just the flow of traffic in that area. And then I guess maybe I'm going to be the odd man out. I mean, I kind of like the grass median here. I know we need the spots, but I feel like we're going to take off our green space and fill it with more concrete. So I don't know.
Well, it doesn't all go away because that's so wide it actually can fit spaces and still have a nice green area and trees. Right. It's actually wide enough to have.
Like that.
It's right. Mm-hmm. It's much wider there than you realize.
Okay. The engineer folks will have some work to do.
Is this?
Yeah, one of the first things I definitely would have to look at is to see if there are any implications from the State Historic Preservation Office, because the train station is a SHPO identified location, and every time we've done work on that in the past few years, we always have to go through the SHPO process. Mm-hmm. So I'll make an inquiry to see if their oversight goes so far as to include that island. What does support the idea is that when the train station was reconstructed with the high-level platform, part of that work forced the project to take a chunk of the island at that time, reducing it to the width you're currently seeing now, and we're going to consider possibly reducing further.
Okay, good. So you'll get in touch with them and do
I'll make the inquiries.
Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda?
The next one is Palmetto Walk.
Okay. So again, I guess everybody's received a packet from Allison McCormick and Chris Reed. And again, I guess their request is to one of two things. Rescind the ordinance or at least suspend one side of the parking on an interim, which is where we were, but I just, it's out there for discussion. So, Mike, you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I said it last time this came up. I was in favor of the original ordinance because it took so long and people from Palmender went through the process. But I was willing to revisit it if it came up again, and there were issues on surrounding streets. It seems like that has been the case. So like I said last meeting, I'd be in favor of suspending one side and, keeping parking restrictions on the other side so you don't have cars parked on both sides of the streets, going right back to the same situation that you had previously. But, the street seems wide enough that it could support that. So, I mean, that's my position.
Great. Charlie, I just wanted to ask a question. Was there any safety study or anything done as it relates to Palmender Walk?
Actually, back in March the issue was brought before the committee. Back in March of last year, the issue was brought before the committee, and at that time, the residents reported problems accessing their driveways, safe passage on the streets, circulation of vehicles on the streets because of the dead end, difficulty with emergency vehicles, snow removal, leaf removal, fender benders, difficulty in getting out of their driveways. The matter was referred to the engineering department and the police department for further study. At that time, the existing regulation was 2-hour parking. Mm-hmm. And some of these long-term parking problems could certainly be addressed by enforcement of the 2-hour regulation. At that meeting, in fact, the police explained the logistics of giving out a summons for extended parking beyond 2 hours. You have to come more than once and visit every, to verify it was there, and the same officer has to do it, and it was difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. The residents opined that they've been trying to get that kind of enforcement for a while, and it was not successful. And they recommended consideration of no parking most of the day. The study that was done was referred to the police and referred to the engineering department for recommendation, and then ultimately an ordinance was proposed before the council and passed. That is the current regulation.
So arguably, as Mr. Quinn pointed out before, he would pick up the phone and call the police. So it's if somebody was parking on the street illegally.
I think he means now.
Now.
He would pick up the phone. Now it's very easy to give out a summons.
So it's really no different, though, as if you saw somebody parking beyond the 2-hour thing or the car isn't there, you could pick up the phone and do the same thing.
You have to pick up the phone twice. I mean, I'm never a police officer, so I cannot vouch for how it works or the difficulties of doing it. But the residents requested a more restrictive parking restriction to address the safety and operational problems that they reported. And I think Mr. Rudersheiser sent out a poll to make sure there was some support for that particular resolution. I think, if I recall, Chris, you got back most of the residents responded, and it was almost unanimous in favor of the proposed regulation.
Yes.
Very high response.
I had a good response, and the response was unanimous in favor of the regulation. Not every resident responded. I would say a majority of them did. I don't have the numbers at hand right now.
Let me just say, I don't think parking regulations are a popularity contest. You know, take a vote and see if
that's a great point.
It's not just that. I think, though, that the residents were in support of a solution to a safety and operational problem, and that was what was proposed. And
that they perceived.
They pursued. Right. I mean, there was public hearings on it, and then the normal process.
I know.
I'm not endorsing any particular position that the council may have taken, but I'm just saying that that's how it came about. Right. And that's why it's there today.
So, but as with any parking restriction, somebody inevitably parks elsewhere. So the burden is simply shifted, but not just shifted, it's shifted times whatever existing burden was on the other road. So now that road has the burden times 2. And, unfortunately, we did have, it's a pedestrian issue as well. And as with anything in the community, we have a shared burden, shared benefit, shoulder it together. So, Councilman Voigt?
Chris, we're looking at a study for this, most especially on traffic and the parking issue. I just want to know where that is. I mean,
I received 2 proposals. I have to review them and prepare a memo for Heather to present to the council.
Okay. And so with that, I mean, that's going to be in the near term here, that we're going to be able to decide on...
Right. I mean, we would probably have it for the April 5th meeting, and then we could award it at the April 12th meeting. But, to suspend it on one side, you would have to do a new ordinance anyway.
Yeah.
And so it wouldn't be effective until sometime in June.
Yeah. So that information is helpful. I mean, I read the report, and I got to tell you, it's a parking issue. And I think it's just, you move the parking from, Pomander somewhere else, becomes another parking issue. We're solving the symptom, but we're not solving the disease. The disease is parking in that area. And I think what we need to do is we need to have a really good understanding of what's going on in that area from a parking supply standpoint and a parking demand standpoint, and see where there are gaps, and see where there's a possibility of putting either employees or patrons or even commuters in places that are less obtrusive. And I don't know what the answer to that is yet. But my opinion is that information is going to be extremely helpful for us to be able to solve the issue. Otherwise, we're going to change this, or we might change it, and we're going to create another problem. And I don't want to do that. I think that information is going to be extremely useful for us, and I'm even happy to do it with the residents. I've talked to them before. I'm happy to walk around to every parking, on-street, off-street parking area to understand what the issue is. And I'll offer that again, to understand what's going on in that area, so we can come up with good solutions as opposed to knee-jerk solutions. And I guess that's the way I feel about it.
Okay. Councilwoman Walsh?
So it kind of goes back to the comment that I made prior. There are parking enforcement issues throughout the village, and I know of a handful of them, only because some of them have come to citizen safety. They come every month. But there are, you'll run into people who will complain about parking on their street. Maybe they just didn't make it to citizen safety yet. So I would be more interested in finding out the wheres and whys of all these other streets as well, to see why it's banned and what was the safety concern. Again, citizen safety is about safety. That's why they initially went to citizen safety when the deputy mayor was on there and the former council when they enacted the ordinance. So, and the same challenge we're having now with Bogart Cambridge, the same challenge we have with Clinton, the same challenge we're having with South Murray, West Ridgewood Avenue, Garfield, all of the streets, because we just actually voted, or our ordinance was passed to take spaces from Sherman where they had the dangerous issue at the end of their street, which is now going to shift some parking that was at the end of that street onto another street. So I think it's a study is going to give us some answers, but I think it's a bigger concern for us.
So, and the question, I guess, is the way the RFP was written, and I guess one resident pointed it out earlier, is that it contemplates only the current parking regulations. So if it only contemplates the existing parking regulations, it's contemplating no parking on Pomander. So by virtue of that, there's never an opportunity to bring parking back because you're not considering, it's not a consideration in that.
I think it depends what the recommendations from the consultant would be. They may recommend to change that on Pomander Walk. They may also recommend changes on other streets. I also understand that some of the dynamics in that area are changing. I understand there's a tenant now for the Red Cross building, and that may have a parking demand, the new use in the building. I understand that Keller Williams is moving there.
To the Red Cross building,
yeah.
Right.
So, that could be a traffic generator, could be a parking demand generator. That too will have to be looked at and see how it works.
Okay, so, but again, and so there's no consideration to even suspend this at this time? I guess, Councilman Hush, I didn't hear from you.
I mean, it's certainly a much bigger issue. I think, one of the things I like about the study is that it's not going to solve necessarily the problems on Sherman and Palmander, but that entire area really warrants a deeper dive into what's happening there. I mean, I witnessed, I don't live too far away from there, but if you have any sort of construction work done on any one of those intersections, it throws a complete neighborhood into a spin, particularly because you have GW off on Washington Place and on Monroe. But even some of the turns, if you think about Doremus as you're going towards Godwin, extremely dangerous corner there because it kind of rolls as a soft roll. So it draws your eyes to the left to see any cars coming, but you completely ignore the people who are walking on the sidewalk. And it doesn't help that we have some tall hedges there. So it's certainly a much bigger issue. One of the concerns now that I see in terms of the impact of this is that not only have we limited parking for anyone on that street, I mean, we've also limited parking for folks on Palmander. I see a lot of work vans that are, on the road, so that's a concern as well, particularly because there's so little parking, in the area. And it's tricky on that side because it's on the border of the CBD. It's like you could carve out where CBD starts and where the residences begin.
But and it's just the last photos that were sent. They didn't appear to be. I mean, the vehicles that were parked were service vehicles. They didn't appear to be parked so close to Godwin. They were parked all the way down at the far end of the street, very much removed. The question, I think it is really relevant, is that when this occurred, when this ordinance was passed, in the public hearing, I had said, you'll never need parking, you'll never have visitors, you'll never have a cleaning person or service person or a landscaper or Christmas or Hanukkah, Memorial Day, or July. You're never going, but just by virtue of a residential neighborhood, you need parking in front of your house. It's just the way life is. And this very restrictive parking has essentially said, well, nobody can park here, but yes, certain people can. And that is, it's just over and over. And so to somebody say, well, you're taking pictures of my work person. Well, we can't ignore that. We're not taking the pictures. We can't ignore what somebody is showing everybody in a booklet. I think that in that booklet there's Oprah request for police reports. There was one accident over, whatever the time frame was, 10 years, and that accident was their own resident backed into a tree. A Palmander Walk resident backed into a tree, and that was the accident. And, accidents happen, but there's certainly no evidence that it was a parking, any issue that required such a restrictive approach. And I just put it out there again because I think that at some point we have to not wait around for studies and everything else. I think we owe it to other residents to offer them some relief. So I think we do. So, anybody interested? Because otherwise, we can put it on an agenda to suspend it or not, but I leave it out there one more time.
Mayor, can I just
Sure.
say one more thing regarding the safety issues at the committee? We have made it a policy not to discuss complaints about someone parking in front of my house. So we've dismissed those pretty quickly. Safety and operational issues are discussed and referred to the police and engineering divisions for recommendations and then possible actions to the council. Councilman Voigt correctly points out that if there were a lot more parking spaces, nobody would want to park on some of these streets. We don't have that luxury at this time. One other thing I just want to mention, I know the council recently passed some I always call them quick fixes on Sherman, things that obviously need to be done regardless of anything else going on, like no parking on a blind curve, for example, no parking in the narrow sections between Godwin and Stanley. And those, I'm glad went through for safety reasons alone. So we will continue to work with everyone.
Thank you.
So are we not then going to prepare an ordinance, or are we?
Are you in? I don't think Councilman Hushay actually stated one way or the other. Are you interested in suspending one side of the street parking so that people can park one side of the road on Pomander?
I mean, would that have to go on the next agenda?
Yeah.
Right? Next,
Well, we would introduce it.
Well, let's introduce it. I mean, we can discuss even further on what's things. Yeah.
Okay, so it will be introduced on April 12th at our public meeting.
Okay.
So we'll prepare it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next, if it's okay with you, Mayor, I'd like to move item 7E2, the standardized form, while Chris is still here.
Oh.
Yeah. And that'll probably wrap up what he's needed for during the meeting.
So actually, and this is interesting, I did a Meet the Mayor, was that a week ago or 2 weeks ago? It seems like an eternity. And one Citizen Safety Advisory Committee had come to the meeting, and Jane Remus had come to the meeting. I said, okay, you don't mind my saying so? And we had this conversation and kind of evolved into this, a standardized, the idea of a standardized form for parking these types of requests, and to have traveling with this form wherever it went to, that somebody fills the form, and just be mindful, it's just a rough draft. It's just kind of something I put together fairly quickly, as almost like a file, and with this file would come who's making the request, what are the substantiated safety issues that are existing, attached to it police reports, incident reports, and you'll kind of go through and see that it asks for current conditions, the current ordinance, what would the new ordinance, what other least restrictive, less restrictive traffic calming ideas were implemented beforehand. And this actually, I think it also asks for comments from the school safety committee, engineering department, police department review, and ask each CSAC member to comment. But most importantly, it asks to put together a file of who was notified and how that notification took place. And I really feel that so much of this could be avoided, and we've had quite the kerfuffles over parking restrictions, and I do feel so much of this could be avoided if more people somehow were included in conversation. That's not to say that people were excluded from a conversation. It's simply based on the fact that they're not paying attention, they're busy, they don't read the notices, and I heard somebody this earlier call it, well, this is like a dictatorship. You came and planted these signs. No such luck, actually. It's just not true. We went through a process. There were meeting notifications. There were public notices. There were agendas. There's newspaper notices. So we do notify, but I think we just have to do a better job of this, and not at the time of the ordinance being introduced, but earlier into the conversation, like kind of at the very early stages of the conversation. And so this is just my idea. Again, it's just for everyone's consideration. Thoughts? Do you want to kill?
Is it my
I'm
turn?
sorry, Councilman Boyd.
Everybody's looking at me.
I thought you just joined us. Okay, sorry, Councilman Boyd.
Thank you. So Mayor, I'm assuming this information would be, accumulated over the course of, I guess the investigation, and would be available to the public?
No, it's actually available to council, because what happens is we have, it's a great question, sorry I wasn't clear on that, that's why it was draft.
Okay.
So what would happen is this would travel with a file, and all of these pieces of information, like a loose leaf binder, and all these pieces of information in it. So when somebody comes and says, okay, we want to make this change, we can have a better opportunity to understand what the change is, why the ask is being made, and attached to this would be documentation, that residents were notified, how they were notified, when they're notified, were they part of the conversation? And this would actually travel to council, because when we make the decision, I don't think any of us could have anticipated, and good, bad, or otherwise, the backlash that occurred. And again, it's people have the right to say this isn't right, this is wrong. Or I don't think anybody, at that point, I guess I did know that Sherman folks existed, but we would have this information at our hands, at our fingertips, and we would be able to look at this and say, okay, these are the people that are impacted, and if we stop parking on this road, if we say there's no parking ever on this road, where do those cars go? And now we have a situation where those cars go, say, to Sherman, and now those folks want to go to the pizzeria. They have to cross Godwin. And now we have exacerbated a different safety concern. We now have pedestrians crossing Godwin in the dark to get to a pizzeria or to pick up their dry cleaning, or I think it's a tofu house that's there. I don't eat tofu, so I'm not sure. But we have this other situation that we've created, and the buck stops with us, honestly. So I just think it gives us access to more information. And maybe the outcome would be a better decision, or a more, not to say we're not thoughtful, but more input.
Thank you. So I guess the other question I have is, as this is getting accumulated all the way, where does this reside? I mean, who kind of keeps
Okay, so if somebody came to CSAC, they would come and say, okay, we want to do this, and so we would say, okay, well, you need to do this documentation, and then we are going to get somebody on CSAC or somewhere. That's why it's preliminary, and it's just a discussion and a draft. Because I don't know who would. I mean, presumably, CSAC could go to the police department, or somebody in staff could go. Actually, there's a police officer on CSAC. We have police representation, so that could be their job, to go back and say what accidents happened within the last 10 years and attach those. So
I'm sorry, I didn't make myself clear. I apologize. So as this stuff is getting accumulated, it's got to reside somewhere for us to be able to access, or do we just kind of get it as it kind of rolls along? You get a piece here.
Well, we get this packet when the ordinance, when it comes to when the discussion comes to council. So in the interim, it resides.
Was engineering?
Right.
Oh, okay.
I mean, somewhere in engineering or police or wherever there's.
Chris, you ready for this?
I'll find some termites.
The audience doesn't get to see their face.
So, I mean, it resides somewhere, and so it just is it's a packet of information that I think would assist in a better decision-making process, because we've had this happen too many times.
I'm okay with it. I guess the only concern I have is that this needs to be, someone needs to take responsibility for it, number one, and needs to update it, and it needs to be somewhere so that as the stuff comes in, it's added to this and then sent out. And I don't know how much additional work that creates, or it sounds like a good idea, by the way. I guess the concern I have is that
administrative.
From an administrative standpoint, how does this get kind of moved along? That's my question.
I have this visual of like this big dusty binder with papers falling out of it. We're in the 21st century. I mean, we can have like electronic copy.
Well, it could be online. Thank you. No, and I said binder, but I wasn't really thinking. Like I said, that's why it was.
Whoever's in charge of the respective committee could, as this thing is making its way through, we can, kind of store it with that person.
And the truth is, I think it might help CSAC members. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good idea, but it would be important to have Citizen Safety Advisory Committee members' input and everything. And again, it's a rough draft, so what's feasible, what's not feasible. I know for certain instances that sometimes accident reports are inquired about at these meetings, so the police would go back and kind of look at something like that. And
right, but then we would at least see all those documents. And so it is draft, and that's why I figured let me open it up for discussion here and then give it to CSAC and let them kind of mull it over and think about I've actually never been to a CSAC meeting. I've observed from outside the
They're
window.
really excellent.
And your minutes are incredibly outstanding. So,
I keep good notes.
But I think, just one more point, Mayor, I think this is, and someone, I forget who it was, up on the podium, mentioned the fact that communication is two-way. And I think we've taken some pretty remarkable steps in trying to improve the outgoing communication, so the push. I think the Facebook page and going on to different sort of, sub-pages within Facebook, I think that's been great. But I think this is part of the sort of the two-way. This is now pulling in the information and have it sort of memorialized, because sometimes, and I had a meeting with a recent group of residents saying, well, where did this come from? Where did this, and it's sort of like these phantom kind of ordinances that are drawn up based on some concern that maybe some people had and some didn't. But I think it's important to have a sort of this collective, it's almost like a living, breathing document before it gets to us, and we can see how it evolves through the process.
So I'm shocked that you've never been to a citizen safety. So I'm going to actually invite you.
But I told you, I've observed from the window. I've actually observed from outside the door.
So you're formally invited.
Thank you. Well, I will attend.
So we did talk about a couple of these things at the last meeting, actually. It was kind of offline. We were having a general conversation, and maybe Matt can weigh in. You've been so lonely down there. We're gonna ask you some questions tonight. So the conversation was about how do we legally notify people by posting the agenda. We legally notify people by posting in the newspaper and all those other about meetings that are going to happen. But citizen safety and many of the committees are advisory, and they don't, like when you are going for variance, you have to legally notice somebody, all the people that would be perceived to be impacted. We don't do that at citizen safety. So how would that fall into this? Because as far as I know, or as far as, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's not part of what citizen safety would be doing, legally noticing people. And I don't want people to get the impression that we are going to and then have a challenge afterwards. So maybe you could give us some
what I can say in response to that is that we've always done it, always satisfied the legal requirements. Sometimes the council has taken heat for not going beyond that. And efforts to try and make sure that people understand what's going on and are made with the Facebook page, with the website, with the information that's put out there, which is really an effort that goes beyond what's required. How do people become advised or aware of the fact that CSAC does this work and they meet regularly, and this month they're going to be talking about these issues. That's a very difficult thing to get out to the community. One of the things that you often think about is that, as you brought up with a variance, you're required to give notice to property owners within 200 feet. Well, in a situation like either Pomander or Bogart or any of these issues that deal with parking or things that might affect residents, you can always say that, well, why didn't you come around, or why didn't you send us a letter with regard to this? There are so many different things you can do that require administrative time and effort to try and make sure that everybody knows that of what everything is going on. That you're just not going to reach others, but whatever you feel is within reason in terms of going beyond what the law requires is really what the best you can do. So I think, as you discuss this, and maybe even at the next CSAC meeting, take a strong look at about better ways of getting out what you guys are doing, because CSAC really has become a pretty important committee at this point in time, and because we've got a lot of these issues that are developing, and so maybe that's part of the discussion and where to go. So even this form, if you could get that online. A lot of people don't have time to come down and fill out the form. So how do you do that if somebody wants to make a call and said, you really got to look at this, you really got to make this happen? So making sure that everybody has the opportunity to voice their concerns is always a battle that municipalities deal with on a regular basis. And, I think Ridgewood really goes to great lengths to try and make sure that that happens. But, with a board like CSAC right now, there are times where Fields Committee really takes on a lot of attention.
Mm-hmm.
So as these things come up, you ought to approach that from the standpoint of how best to get the word out about what that committee does and when they meet, and if there's a way that they can rely on somebody from a particular segment of the community to spread the word for everyone, to say, listen, we're talking about your area this week. Why don't you try and come down? So,
and one of the things I wanted to point out is, and I recall, I think it was maybe about a year ago when we were putting the nodes on the telephone poles over in Willard Verizon, and so we said, well, let's just communicate with the folks so that they know, because they might see these things and say, what is that? And so we sent a notice, we sent a letter, and just like you communicated with the folks on Pomander to see who was for this, I always thought that we sent a letter out that when there was this kind of a parking change, I thought the neighbors were noticed from our end, but mistakenly so, and I know from the municipal land use law that there's an obligation to do that, but none of it really doesn't apply to any of this. So it's just a question as to whether or not we have some policy in place that says, well, come in, and I don't think sending it out when you're at the ordinance point is the answer. I think the time to do it is at CSAC so that people have a voice in this process and feel a part of it. And you see what happens is maybe it's a better product and, this dialogue and compromise. So I'm going to pass that to you, and you can discuss. Do you have a copy? Oh, you do?
Well, I have to first say that I saw this for the first time 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
And I reserve the right to expand on my comments
okay.
in the future. A couple of things that strike me immediately is that the description of the safety issues by the resident, that's a lot of burden on the resident to actually articulate it. And also, one of the facts of life about the CSAC is that people just walk in and say, I want to bring something up at the end of the meeting, and of course, we always let them. So we would not have this in front of us. No, I find it hard to say, go fill out the form, because we have to establish a file.
I think what I envision is that once you get to a point where you're looking at something in earnest, that's when you would kind of start to, they wouldn't have to necessarily fill out the form just because they came in and said, hey, by the way, everybody's speeding up your end of circle.
Which is why this approach might be better just before the ordinance is introduced. Most of the information or most of the deliberations of CSAC are much less complicated than this form. One of the questions is, has a safety study been conducted? What is a safety study? You have to define that. Has the study report request form been submitted? Well, I don't know what that is either.
Well, as I said, it was a draft just for discussion.
Yeah, well,
so
okay.
That's where
I'm just saying you have to dig into this a little better. And the thing that Matt noted, that have impacted residents been formally notified? Now you better define who impacted residents are and how you formally notify them. Binder, electronic or otherwise. We have no budget, no staff, and I'm not volunteering to do that job, by the way. But there's benefit here when if an ordinance comes before us, and at that point you can actually request information from the police and the engineering department of what studies and what the background is and what the justification is. I have to think about this. Comments from each member of the CSAC. That could be very interesting in itself. And I don't know what you do with that, but we'll look.
Like I said, it's just a draft, and so I put it out here so you kind of have a flavor for what council members are thinking about how they've been embroiled in these kind of controversies and how maybe it could be better for everyone involved. Not that we can't take the heat, but we certainly don't want to see our residents feeling left out or not part of a conversation or feeling ignored.
And all the actions that the council takes, of course, are legally noticed and published.
Right.
And hearings are scheduled, and residents have to pay attention to that as well. I mean, I don't know what an advisory committee could possibly do to come close to that, but we'll think about it.
Okay.
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 Okay, moving on.
Okay, the next is under budget, the partial donation from the portable fuel cell trailer for Parks and Recreation. The portable fuel cell trailer is to put diesel fuel into on the back of a pickup truck. The previous one is pretty much rusted out, and it's used to refuel the portable light towers, the generator at Northwest Bergen Central Dispatch and Emergency Services, and other various pieces of equipment owned by the village. Maroon Soccer, Ridgewood Junior Football Association, and Ridgewood Soccer Association have provided $3,050 towards this purchase, so Ridgewood Parks and Recreation will provide $2,428 for the total price of $5,478. So we're getting more than half from the other associations.
Questions or comments?
Yeah, just make sure I'm clear. So this is going to be used just by soccer, or is it going to be used by a whole bunch of different?
No, it's used, as I said, for the generators, for the portable lights.
Okay.
These sports groups, I believe, what I was told, have contributed because they use those lights.
Yeah.
And so they think they'll benefit, they know they'll benefit, and so therefore they're willing to pay towards it.
Yeah, so it's going to be used universally by other groups besides soccer, is that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Moving on.
The next one is a partial release of a cash bond. This is a release of a cash bond, $33,216 of a $37,970 cash bond. The project is substantially complete. It's a two-lot subdivision on West Glen Avenue. The first house is sold, and then the rest of the bond will be released when the second house is sold.
Great. Questions, comments?
Okay, the next one is award of contract for conduit installation for traffic signal upgrades. The Traffic and Signal Division has been planning several upgrades and repairs to two traffic signals. One is at Maple Avenue and East Ridgewood Avenue, and the second is at South Maple Avenue and Prospect Street. The work requires trenching across the intersection and installing conduit through which wires can be pulled. We received 3 quotes. The lowest quote is from Conquest in the amount of $25,325, and it's in the capital account.
What does this do again? I am not clear.
It requires trenching across the intersection where these traffic lights are, and then installing conduit, and the wires are pulled.
Yeah, so I understand that. The question I have is, what is it upgrade? What are we doing here?
It's the traffic signals.
Upgrading the traffic signals. How are we upgrading them? I don't. That's, I guess, my question.
But probably with new wiring.
Hi there.
Hello again. Your question?
Yeah. What does the upgrade do?
One of the locations is at South Maple and Prospect. We currently have an overhead wire connecting to the signal heads. That's not according to the code. It has to go underground. We have a similar circumstance with relocating a signal control box, I think, over by East Ridgewood Avenue and Maple. It's very close to where the current Jersey Mike's is and the ramp.
Okay. Got it. And these are these also scheduled for like bigger upgrades? The actuated lights, is that?
Down the road as funding comes available, yes.
Okay. All right. Good.
We work, you could say piecemeal on our traffic lights for the most part. As funding is allocated by the council, we'll upgrade the lights. 10 years ago, we replaced all the lights with LEDs. Those are starting to fade out, so we'll be coming to you for funds in the next year, couple years, to replace them again. We're working on putting in the pedestrian countdowns at critical locations, and we had a budget hearing today where we presented some suggestions for the capital budget.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
All right. The next one is award a 2-year contract for disposal of recyclables. As you know, the recycling market has gone down. Our revenues have decreased. And so John Spano, who is a recycling coordinator, worked with companies to see what kind of contract we could get for the coming 2 years. Our current contract gives us a $60 floor price for corrugated. Our new contract will give us a $40 floor price for corrugated. It's a $60 floor price for paper for the current contract. The new contract will give us $35 floor price for paper. And then our current contract is $25 floor price for commingled. And actually, we're going to have to pay $10 floor price for commingled. As I said, he worked with 2 companies. One was Atlantic Coast Fibers, and the other was Waste Management. We've worked with Atlantic Coast Fibers in the past when our contract was more lucrative for us than for them, and they wanted to renegotiate, and we said we didn't want to do so. They held to their commitment in the contract. So with the integrity of that company, Atlantic Coast Fibers, and being that both prices for both companies are the same, we would like to move forward with the Atlantic Coast Fibers. And it's a 2-year contract with 3 one-year options. And this actually does not have to go out to bid. It actually is just a negotiation and receiving quotes, because that's by state statute. So, and basically what they've estimated is the worst-case scenario is that we would get a revenue of $74,483 for the year, which is a reduction of $115,177. That's the absolute worst case. But of course, that means we'll have to make that kind of revenue up somewhere else in the budget to, even it out.
Questions, comments?
Does this mean that we'll be able to once again get rid of those plastic food containers? No.
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
A couple questions. Okay. Is that number, the worst-case scenario, is that going to be the revenue stream from here, the $115,000?
Well, that's the worst case.
Yeah, but is that going to be in this year's budget from a revenue standpoint? Which number is going to be put in?
Yeah, we can anticipate only what we receive, but we'll probably anticipate this because of the fact that it is reduced.
Yeah. And then the other question I have is, it looks like we're getting crushed, figuratively, on the commingled.
Correct.
Is there anything we can do really simply to be able to uncommingle that stuff, so we don't lose that revenue?
Yeah, it's not just the commingling; it's also China is the market, and China has become very particular on the materials that they take.
Yeah.
And if we did single stream, I don't know that we would get any better price, because again, the end market is China.
Okay. So even if we uncommingled it, it still would be about the same?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think it would change.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay. The next one is a shared service agreement to go to the Woodridge Police Range Police Department. It would be an annual fee of $150 per officer and retired officer on the roster, and it would be payable by May 1st of each year. Ridgewood would supply our own targets, ammunition, we would obtain insurance coverage, and we'd name Woodridge as an other insured, and both would have a hold harmless agreement for each other. So this is something they need a certain distance for their rifle shooting, and this we haven't been able to find one in our area directly. Obviously, Woodridge is still in Bergen County, not too far away, so they'd like to do an official shared services contract agreement for this.
Okay. Questions or comments? Okay. Moving on.
Okay, at this point, we're going to policy, respect, give it, to get it campaign. I think Jan Phillips is here, and possibly other members of community relations. I'm not sure.
You just come to the
Okay.
mic. Come right there. And just pull it down a little, Jan, so we can hear.
It was too late for our students this evening, and some members have already left, but some are here. So, Mayor, Council, thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about what I think is one of our greatest groups in town, and that's the Community Relation Advisory Board. The mission of the Community Relation Advisory Board of Ridgewood and Glenrock is to encourage a welcoming, inclusive, and sensitive approach to the challenges of multicultural society. Our mission includes the development of programs for our environs that promote intercultural communication and understanding through programs, dialogues, and campaigns, and to provide supporters of victims of bias-related crimes to encourage them to report such incidents. Our vision is a society where we are able to build lives of dignity and self-respect, and our attenders are members, and our attenders and members are teachers, students, parents, clergy, Ridgewood and Glenrock Police Department, the Glenrock School Board, mental health professionals, attorneys, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Committee members, Bergen Community College, our former Ridgewood Police Chief Corcoran, the Ridgewood Indian Association, and the Student Gay Straight Alliance of both Glenrock and Ridgewood. Our youngest member was 14 when she joined, and our eldest member is in the shadow of 90. Dr. Oliver Newton just recently took a leave of absence from our committee meetings, but he continues to contribute through handouts, and he gets our regular minutes. CRAB was formed in the 1990s following a racial incident that happened in Ridgewood, but on the border of Glenrock. Over the years, concerned citizens gather monthly to create a safe place for victims and to continue a dialogue that weaves the vibrant strands of a diversity and vibrant community into one fabric. Several years ago, the committee, working by consensus, developed the Respect, Give It to Get It campaign. We hold the beliefs that basic respect is the common ground of a healthy community, and it's the stepping blocks to trust and a cornerstone of civility. We use consensus to create a poster that high school students in Glenrock and Ridgewood distributed through our schools, our houses of faith, our stores, offices, and throughout the business district. We expanded the campaign as a reach out to victims who might be intimidated due to their immigration status. We created signs in Spanish, Korean, and Mandarin that tell victims that regardless of their immigration status, they have a right to be protected should they become a victim, especially in matters of employment, salary, emergency health care, housing, and hate speech. We expanded that campaign to include a series of 6 dialogues regarding civility. One of the civility meetings featured a dialogue with local residents Jane and Joe Clementi. The Clementis had been instrumental in starting our Respect campaign, and at the civility meeting, they presented to our community an opportunity to be the first municipality in the state of New Jersey to embrace the Upstander campaign. The Ridgewood Village Council and CRAB united on the notion that inclusion is a community value, and we pledged to be upstanders. June 12th of 2016, in Orlando, Florida, a gunman went on a shooting rampage, killing 50 in the gay nightclub called Pulse. Ridgewood, like so many other communities, raised a rainbow flag for the first time. For 24 hours, that flag stood and held the traditional sign of the rainbow for gay and rights and straight allies. For 24 hours, we affirmed a belief in the equal dignity of each other. For 24 hours, we exhibited a value, a symbol that inclusiveness and respect is our community value. I remember talking with Jane Clementi. Jane and I were school friends and continue a friendship, that the next day we thought the flag would still be flying, but it was gone. The flag had been taken down, and I don't think any of us, especially on CRAB, realized that it was just a one-day event. Every third Wednesday in the garden room downstairs, we ask ourselves and each other, non-hypothetically, what are we doing to work against hate And what are we doing to tolerate discrimination? Tonight, I am empowered by a request to our committee that first came from a single resident and since has been supported by the Ridgewood Chamber of Commerce, the Ridgewood Guild, the Clementi Foundation, Jane and Joe Clementi, Garden State Equality, the New Jersey Gay Chamber of Commerce, the Bergen County LGBTQ Advisory Board to the Bergen County Freeholders. Let's raise our flag again this year in 2017. At Village Hall, let's raise it for a month. Let's raise it from June 1st, which is the start of Gay Pride Month, which is also International Children's Day, and let's mark the end of Gay Pride Month on June 30th. April 19th, CRAB will meet again and is excited to work out with our sponsors to promote this kind of symbolic support for inclusion, and we want this board's support. So I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is Ridgecrest grade and pricing.
So, I don't think anyone has backup on this. I just actually, Sue Ehrlich from Ridgecrest raised the question of making available some free days to seniors who otherwise couldn't afford to attend grade-in during the summer. And I put it out there because it's something we would have to, I guess, adopt by resolution to say that we were going to embark on this and allow, I don't know if we'd have to have, and Heather, you might be able to answer better, whether or not there would be some income levels tied to that, or if we would just say anyone from Ridgecrest, or how we would move forward with that. But I just opened it up for discussion because the request was made by Susan, and it's a great idea, and I think an opportunity to do something for residents that are in a position of need and otherwise couldn't be there.
It's interesting because the idea was raised by a 12-year-old resident as part of his mitzvah project. He was focusing on doing things to give back to the community. And one of the things, and he did a lot of research, sent in a lot of talking points about, the fact that there's folks in Ridgecrest, limited income, and how great would it be to share, one of our, village facilities with the residents there. And then it kind of grew as he started talking to more people. Some other great suggestions kind of came on board as well, and even to the point of saying, maybe offering sort of a grade-in day and including lunch at the Waterside Cafe. And then other suggestions came in about doing actually like a picnic. I love the idea. I think it's, anything that we can do to be able to do it. I mean, hopefully we can do it for more than one day. Just kind of have it like an open sort of admission, I think would be great for the community.
Great. I agree. I think, Graydon, we obviously want everybody to use Graydon. I think the residents at Ridgecrest, if we can't support our seniors and the people that have, helped build our community, I don't know what else we should be doing, but I think it would be great if they intend to come, then, yeah.
Neil? We're good?
Yeah,
okay.
great.
So,
are you looking for one day or multiple days?
So I think that it was multiple days, and what we can do is we could reach out for Sue, because I actually, for the life of me, I'm drawing a blank where we even were when we had this conversation and the discussion about this. But I think she was talking about maybe one day a week, and I don't know that would be tied in.
That we can do that, but
right.
Well, I'll talk to Nancy and Tim, and I'll talk to her, and we'll coordinate it. And then we'll bring it back to you, and probably we should do some kind of resolution to memorialize it.
Right, that's what I kind of figured.
And we'll probably need like a roster from her as to who was coming and, that type of thing.
And I'm sure that if you reach out to her with Tim and Nancy, I recall her speaking about, it's based on a financial need, but I don't, or it could just be everyone, whoever wants to come. But I leave that to you. I just want to make sure everybody wanted.
Well, I think to live in Ridgecrest, you do have, it is financial. In other words,
right, of course, it's affordable housing, right, exactly.
Right.
Okay, Right. Good
Right.
point. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
The next item is Shedler Park plans.
Oh, Shedler plan.
And we
okay.
have the resolution
Right.
Deputy Mayor.
from 2015.
Okay, so I guess I'll go out on a limb here and say that the view of this council does not really sync up with the resolution number 15-257 for the development of Shedler property. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I paid attention a little bit during the election, so that's kind of what I picked up on. So, I mean, very simply, what we should do is come up with a new plan, work with parks, work with the residents. But in the meantime, I don't really see any reason to keep this resolution on the books, since I think that we're going to deviate from what's here. So I think we would just simply need to repeal this, work on a plan, and then reintroduce what that shared plan would be.
I'm okay with that. That's the question I have is the new resolution, I guess. Would it include the components of this, or would we look at different things?
Well, it would be. It would. I think it would be completely different. And the Shedler property was purchased in around 2008, 2009, and this was only passed in 2015. So for that period of time, there was no official resolution or description or any kind of memorialization of what we're going to do on that property. And we would need to build that up again, obviously. So. In the meantime, it just doesn't make sense to keep this around while we're working on that. And then once we have that idea together, that shared vision, whatever our plan is, working with all the interested parties, then we can memorialize that and hopefully start funding it and moving forward.
So, and I think right now, and part of this came out of a conversation that Heather and I had with two residents from the neighborhood over there. There's money right now, a matching grant fund for cleanup, and we can get started on that, and we have the sound study. But I think that the question was to how we could do a plan that's more community-oriented, and oddly enough, Board Trustee Sheila Brogan had sent me an article just the other day as we were having this conversation about meandering walkways and bird watching, which I think Councilwoman Walsh was the first person to bring up, and it really brings in more of the community. And Sheila had just sent me this article, and I really meant to forward it, and it just got by me. But the article speaks to community-oriented parks that accommodate everybody, and it's not clear-cutting, and it includes these walking paths. And I think these, I want to say this right, is it Tai Chi? Tai Chi platforms where people can go and do different exercise opportunities, and it just, so it incorporates all these different age groups and playgrounds for youngsters, and this is a particular location that's kind of an island, and there are no playgrounds that the kids can just get to, and no place for anyone really to walk, so it would be just more of a more natural setting as opposed to this. And I think we're talking to Dr. Fishbein to establish whether or not we know that on our property back by Hawes, what can be accommodated there, but actually what even the need is at this point, because the numbers are so dwindling. So, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's good. That's good. Thank you for adding that.
Okay.
I would even go as far as making a suggestion of coming up with another ad hoc committee for Shedler to really incorporate the view from the community. Because for us to sit here and trying to figure out what to do, I mean, let's hear from what people want from it. I mean,
I really think it's a great point. I think that the residents in the neighborhood have really been very active in this, and there's conservation agreements, deed of conservation, and other documents, and there's a lot of wildlife. So I think that they would seize the opportunity to have a voice, a real voice, in this discussion. So.
And I believe also, like when Habernacle was formed, it was done through our Parks and Recreation Department in conjunction with, I think, with possibly Open Space as well as the Fields Committee, just to see what type of things, would be developed there. And so, that certainly that group could work with, any resident committee that may also exist.
Okay, so we could just figure out that dynamic
Yes.
within the next
Yes.
week or so
We'll do
and
that.
get moving, but in the meantime, so this would be removed. So I don't know, how do we do that?
We would have to rescind it with another resolution.
Okay.
So we could have Matt write that.
Okay, great.
Feel like I volunteer you?
Thanks, Matt.
The next is the Kings Pond Area Cleaning Program. We're very fortunate because every year, sometimes twice a year, the Ridgewood Wildscape Association steps up with volunteers to clean various areas in the village, and they've volunteered to clean the Kings Pond area on Sunday, April 30th, between 1 to 3 p.m. This helps us because we get community involvement with our stormwater protection program. We provide various things such as chest waders and gloves and rakes and hand tools. And then we also have, we also pick up the debris that they pick up, which is incredible sometimes, where they pull out in 2 hours out of the pond, out of the banks. It's incredible. And as I said, we're very fortunate that they volunteered to do this, and I know they always look for additional volunteers, so anyone who would like to join them can certainly do so. So we do have a resolution which we adopt to allow them to do it. So,
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments?
great. So the last item under operations is village traffic consultant.
Yeah, so this is mine again. I was like busy this past couple of days. So the traffic consultant, actually, I know we have an RFP out for this extensive study, and we have 2 responses back. And it occurred to me that while we're waiting for that, if we had just appointed a traffic consultant, we would have had this done already. And the planning board did go through an RFQ process not so long ago, and unanimously appointed John Jarr as our planning board attorney, and he's so familiar.
Traffic engineer.
What did I just say?
Planning board attorney.
Planning board attorney. Oh my God, I must say something. Really tired. Sorry. Our traffic consultant.
You just got promoted.
She wears a lot of hats. Anyway, as our traffic consultant, and so I'm not sure if we have to go through that process again, if we want, or could we appoint him based on that RFQ? I don't know what the process is, but I just put it out there because.
It's the same, if you wanted to do it, you would go through the same process, similar process to what you did with the planning board.
Okay, so we would have to go out for another, okay.
It's not a bid, but it's just a request for
qualifications. Right. And I just think, as we were going through all of these other issues, having somebody who is a traffic consultant, a traffic engineer, traffic consultant, really brings to the table a different piece of information that's really relevant. And oddly enough, I talked to him about, when we're on break at planning board meetings, I start to pick his brain about everything else, and a lot of times this stuff does come up, and he has valuable input, as would any traffic consultant that we would pick, so it just brings something else to the table. So can we do that and send out for the RFQ?
We can do that.
Okay, great. Well, that's it.
Okay. Manager's report. I just want to remind everyone our final budget meeting is this coming Monday night, March 27th at 5:30 p.m. here in the courtroom. We will present capital budgets. We will do final questions for any of the other budgets that you may have. We'll look at staffing. We'll look at revenue, and we'll also come up with scenarios for the village council to choose which one they wish to proceed with for the tax increase for 2017. So snow removal, as you all know, about a week ago we had a amazing lot of snowstorm. I just want to say we're very blessed by our village staff, many of who worked 12-hour shifts, took some hours off, came back to work, and worked another 12-hour shift. We removed a lot of snow, a lot of salt was used. We sent people into our central business district at night, 2 nights from about 11 p.m. to about 6 or 7 a.m. to clear out that area, to clear out the parking lots. I'll have more information at our next meeting on April 5th as to the costs for that storm and how much we actually moved. It's really amazing what our crews do, and I just want to thank them. I also want to thank our residents who stayed home on the day when the storm took place, because that made it easier for our crews to do their work. I want to thank our businesses who have removed snow and ice from their sidewalks. And I also want to thank the residents for being very responsive and willing to bring their garbage to the end of their driveways. It's just through Friday of this week, and most likely we will return to rear yard garbage pickup starting on Monday, unless something else with the weather goes on, which I haven't seen it in the forecast. PSE&G electrical upgrade project continues. Our contractor will be finished tomorrow, and all the roads should be nicely leveled with temporary patch. We do not have a start date on the cable pull work yet, but we expect to know more on that timeline next week. Once that temporary patch is on, that stays on for about 60 to 90 days, because there is some settlement, and after that settlement, then they can pave. So we're probably looking at July or August for paving. It's also been great that our police have been there, because we've been able to maintain, for the most part, two-way traffic. There have been a couple of areas where we couldn't do it, but for the most part, we've been able to do it. At our last meeting, I reported on New Jersey Transit's construction project. It's the final piece of the original train station ADA project. It's the re-roofing of the historic kiosks, and this is being done at no cost to the village. The start has been delayed to later this week or next week. It will take approximately 6 weeks. The stair kiosk to and from the pedestrian underpass at the Ridgewood station, basically on the side of the train station parking, where the flag, right across from where the flagpole is. That underpass there, that will be closed. It will also require blocking off some parking spaces on the east and west side of the train tracks. The underpass ramps to the south that serve the pedestrian underpass and elevator will remain open. It's the elevator at the north end which will remain open for the public's use. The closure is necessary to accommodate roof replacement restoration on the two endpoint roof structures, and for safety, please follow directional signs and do not travel through barricaded areas. I want to remind everyone that Saturday, April 1st is our shred day. That's from 9 to 12:30 p.m., rain or shine, at our recycling center. It's behind fire headquarters. It's free to all Ridgewood residents. You place your items in a paper bag or a cardboard box. We do not accept plastic bags. You can watch your documents being shredded on camera as they are securely shredded. What you can bring to this event is canceled checks, computer printouts, copy paper, all colors, envelopes, letterhead, things like that. What they do not accept is binders, plastics, overnight shipping envelopes, photos, carbon paper, or non-paper items. And that's it.
Okay, wait, before we move on, I just wanted to say a couple things. I want to give a shout out for the PSE&G contact person, Rosalie Serapiglia, who has been absolutely fabulous in constant communication with us, giving us weekly updates and keeping everyone posted what's going on. And I think it's really been a tremendous benefit to everyone, especially our merchants down in the Central Business District. And I also want to thank our village manager, our village staff. That was a really, really long night. The weather was bitter. It was really tough conditions, and I really appreciate the patience of all of our residents and the fact that they cleaned up their sidewalks and did what they had to do. But I really wanted to give a shout out to staff, because those were really rough conditions, and they worked long hours through the night in the bitter cold. And so thank you to village staff. And then, so moving on, Councilman Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question, Heather, on the budget meetings on the 27th.
Yes.
Will all the department heads, or they'll all be there for
all the
the
department
questions?
heads will be there for questions.
Okay.
And so if you do have any questions that occur to you since the budget hearings that you had with them,
Yep.
please bring them that evening. And they're there. And they'll also be there to answer any questions you have about their capital.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you, Mayor. So two committee reports. Open Space had a meeting last Thursday, and we're in the process of sending out a survey on open space needs that it's going to be used as part of our master plan update or revision. So there is a random sampling of residents. I think there's about 1,000. I don't know how they randomized them, but they're sending out 1,000 letters with the expectation of the people who get these letters to go on to SurveyMonkey, to hopefully expect 400-plus replies. And then we will use that information, obviously, moving forward with any updates to the open space portion of the master plan. So that's going out this week, by the way. Planning board met last night, and please add, if I miss anything here, may I please add. So we had a presentation from KS Broad, which is the Ken Smith lot, which is on the corner of Broad and Franklin. They presented on their traffic analysis last night, and there was a number of issues that were raised that I still think probably need to be worked through. One of them was how to handle the Franklin-Broad intersection and the need, the very dire need for updated traffic lights on that particular intersection. We're looking at, right now we're looking at time lights and what they're thinking of, and what we're working on moving forward here is actuated traffic lights. So they actually have a video camera which looks at traffic that's backed up and then it changes so that that traffic can move through much more smoothly. And that's going to probably be a very important component, I think, of the traffic and the pedestrian safety as it relates to that. We also talked about concerns about the Franklin-Chestnut intersection, most especially, again, as it relates to pedestrian traffic that emanates from Chestnut Village and emanates from the KS Broad development itself and how they get into town. And we also talked a little bit about not only the need for an actuated traffic light on Franklin and Broad, but potentially an actuated traffic light on Franklin and Oak that may be kind of a byproduct of what occurs at Franklin and Broad. KS Broad is going to be summing up on the 18th of April, and they're going to be asking for a planning board vote on the site plan at that point in time. Just as an FYI, Chestnut Village will also be summing up, I think, on April 4th, and they'll also be asking for a vote on the site plan by the planning board. Now, there's still some outstanding issues, and I know that the village experts and the traffic experts are working with, I think, the developers, and it really relates to off-site improvements and the need for their fair share of the improvements that need to occur based on the added resource needs that they're going to incur from those particular developments. Have to admit, KS Broad has been very good to work with over the past several months, and they have been very accommodating. And it's really nice to see that they're working with the planning board, and I think working with the village itself to try to get this right. And as noted, the planning board's the site plans will be on TV on the 4th and on the 18th. So if you can't attend in person, feel free to watch on TV and public access. A little slip of the tongue there. Sorry. As an aside, I did attend, and Mayor, you attended, and also Heather, you attended, is it Friends of Ridgewood Library? They had an event last week, which was great. It was Jamie Ford, who is the author of The Hotel at the Corner, Bitter and Sweet, and I picked up the book, and it's a really good book. It really is a good book, and had the fortunate opportunity to actually sit next to him. And I didn't even know who he was. So I'm talking to this guy, going, where are you from? And, what do you do for a living? And so about 10 minutes into it, it dawned on me that this is the author. Like a knucklehead. And he's a great guy, by the way. He's a wonderful guy and very down to earth. And a lot of his history really goes into his books, which is really fascinating. So a lot of the stuff that you read or you're reading or have read in Hotel is a lot related to his actual upbringing. So, yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ridgewood Environmental Advisory Committee met yesterday in the garden room downstairs at 6 o'clock. Just as a reminder, Earth Day will be April 23rd in Van Ness Square Memorial Park. It'll be from 11 till 2 in conjunction with the Ridgewood Conservancy for Public Lands. So you'll have all the usual vendors, you'll get a lot of information, you'll learn a lot of exciting things about the environment. There's a dog parade, there's a daffodil festival, so come out for that. Hopefully the weather will be beautiful and warm, and we won't have to shiver and run around the park. So it's a good day, and I invite everyone to come out and enjoy it. March 29th, Ridgewood Environmental Advisory Committee and Ridgewood Water will be holding a discussion in the Senior Lounge at 7 p.m. downstairs here in Village Hall concerning water. That's it for REAC. Oh, and a young resident came and asked REAC what we could do to help her achieve her Gold Star award through Girl Scouts. So Celeste Walsh will have a table at the at Earth Day, so you could talk to her about volunteering and what you can do to help her achieve that goal of Girl Scout Gold Award. After that meeting, the Shade Tree Commission met at 7:30 in the same room, so I really didn't have to leave my seat, and discussed was the our Adopt a Tree program, which we're going to make a bigger push for to let residents know that if you're waiting for a town tree, you can no longer wait and purchase a tree, and the town will come by and plant it for you in the fall planting season. So we're going to do a more concerted effort to get the information out there. Also, there will be a tree protection ordinance that should be tentatively coming to the Village Council on April 5th. There will be planning board comments and input on that, so you all will see it first before it comes here, and then we'll begin that discussion to see what we want to do to protect our trees in Ridgewood. Basically, it's a 1-for-1 ratio, so if you cut down a healthy tree to expand your home or put in the swimming pool, then you would just be expected to plant another tree either on your property or, if there's no room, somewhere else in the village. And again, it's up for discussion and awaiting planning board comment. And in early April, members of the Shade Tree Commission will be picking up 500 trees. They're not big trees, they're smaller whips from the state, and a lot of those we're going to use to populate the future tree nursery that will be behind the trucks at the recycling center. We have DEP approval to construct a temporary fence that another Girl Scout is working on for her Gold Award. So we have a lot of Girl Scouts, and we're putting them to work for the village, and it's a great volunteer base. So we really appreciate that. So we hope there's a lot more Girl Scouts out there hoping to get their Gold Awards, and Boy Scouts who want to be Eagle Scouts. So come our way, and we'll help you achieve your goal, and you can help us achieve ours. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walsh.
Thank you. And you guys should just know, less than 5% of the girls get to their Gold Award. So
that's right.
It's kind of like the Eagle.
It's
like the Eagle Scout. So it's a long haul. So we talked about citizen safeties. I don't think there's anything else we need to report on for citizen safety. Ridgewood Arts Council, we have our augmented reality that is going to be the same day as Earth Day. Hot off the presses today, we printed our flyers, and they're going to be all over town, kind of just giving a little intro into what you're going to be doing. It's kind of like Pokemon Go, and you're going to download the app. But we're hoping that it's going to be a great day, because the more people we have in town, the more people will be able to be involved in it and kind of share their experience with it. So that's all I've got.
Okay, great. Councilman Hache.
So all of my stuff comes from the field committee. So we have just some upcoming events. Number one is the RHS alumni event celebrating the 125th anniversary of Ridgewood High School. Although the current building was built in 1919, the high school officially dates back to 125 years in what was now the Board of Ed building on the corner of Cottage and Franklin. So the event will take place on Friday, May 19th, rain date of May 20th, on Vets Field, Upper, the one closest to Graydon. It's a community-wide event, even though it's our IHS Alumni Association. It is for the community, so all are welcome. There will be DJ, auctioneer, plenty of food, and plenty of adult refreshments. And space is limited, so get your tickets early. Can't get them yet, though. They'll go on sale in April, and you can go on to rhsalumniassociation.org and purchase your tickets. There's also, we just gave the approval now for the field use for the Holly celebration on April 22nd, which is a Saturday. Rain date of April 23rd at Orchard School. The Holly Festival has a cultural significance among various Hindu traditions. It's a festive day to end conflicts. Boy, we need that this day and age. A day to forgive, and most importantly, a day to forget. Holi also marks the start of spring, and specifically what we will be celebrating is Rangwali Holi, which is a free-for-all festival of colors. I know last year there was a lot of fun. I'll warn you, though, you have to wear something, clothing that you don't mind getting sprayed with paint. People smear each other with colors. There will be music, singing, dancing, a lot of fun. Just come prepared to get a little messy. And on a more serious note, we had a series of meetings regarding the Maple Field turf. There was an article, if you recall, regarding the installation across the state, including Ridgewood, of a faulty field turf product. And over time, the product basically didn't hold up as was represented. Maple Field was installed 12 years ago, and the warranty ran out 4 years ago. We had looked at, the replacement costs for the turf. Some of the concern was that the hardness of the surface, because of the silt that has settled underneath, the Gmax rating was pretty high, which meant that anyone landing on it would have had a higher risk of concussion and injury. So we were looking at the replacement. It would have been well north of $600,000 to replace. Many municipalities were gearing up for litigation when they saw this article. We decided on a different approach because we don't like to litigate. We reached out to the company to try to resolve the matter amicably. It actually, turned out pretty well. We've had meetings with the company. The village attorney was present, obviously, village employees, the chairman of the PRC board, and the company has come back to us with a proposal that significantly reduces the cost to replace the entire field. We're still discussing, so we're hoping to come back and conclude negotiations very soon. Field committee will meet again next on Tuesday, April 4th, 7:30 p.m. at the stable. And we have a PRC board meeting coming up on Tuesday, March 28th. And just in terms of community, I had the opportunity and honor, we get invited, as you know, to so many things as members of the village council. I had the honor and privilege to attend the funeral service for Marion Corjohn, a longtime Ridgewood resident. Marion passed away on March 12th, just 3 months shy of her 102nd birthday. She was a remarkable woman. They had a chance to hear a lot of stories about her life and to meet her children. And the service was held at Christ Episcopal Church. She was the oldest parishioner at the church, but it was amazing. It was wonderful to hear the stories. So I just wanted to share that with everyone.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. So, as Councilman Voigt pointed out, we attended the library author lunch, and I have to say it was something to pull off because that was the day after the snowstorm. Yeah. And so the fact that this went off without a hitch was amazing. And yes, in fact, Jamie Ford was the author, and he was fabulous. And The Corner of Bitter and Sweet is highly recommended, and he was wonderful, wonderful as a speaker, and just really quite lovely to just have an opportunity to speak to. 4th of July committee met last week, and I point out that the theme this year is those who serve, and it is to those who serve, whether it's military, volunteerism, emergency response, police, firefighters, anybody who serves our community, our state, our nation, the world, people who just serve. So those who serve. And this is the theme. We have our Grand Marshal. I'm not going to name the Grand Marshal, and we also have a very special speaker delivering the morning flag-raising speech at Woolsey Square, so that's going to be really exciting. I'm not sure when I'm allowed to reveal that, so soon, I hope. And HPC met last Thursday. It was actually after our budget meeting, and so I only caught the tail end and stayed. But the good news is that Office Bar and Grill will be getting a new facade, a new look, a new face, and it's really pretty cool and looking good. So working out some details there, but it promises to be really beautiful and a nice fit. This morning, I had the opportunity to participate in Mayors for Meals, and that was Community Meals Incorporated and Meals on Wheels. So we delivered meals to senior citizens who otherwise couldn't get out, and we delivered hot and cold meals to a number of our residents, both in Ridgewood and Hohokus. So I had the opportunity to actually make deliveries with one of my favorite people in around is Jack Egan. So I don't know if anybody knows Jack, and we just had a fabulous time and got to meet a number of the clients to Community Meals Incorporated. And actually the two of us sang happy birthday to a resident who is celebrating her 100th birthday, but July 12th, but she just wants anybody to swing by and sing happy birthday. So we were happy to accommodate, yeah. It wasn't something she probably would ever want to hear again, but we tried. I did want to point out that funding for Meals on Wheels, and these type of programs is really down, and Community Meals Incorporated relies on strictly donations to facilitate their operation. And so if anyone would like to donate or volunteer their time, they could go to, I think it's communitymealsincorporated.org, but you could just Google it and find it, and they have a little donate button. And again, they really just move on monetary contributions, so any little bit is always helpful. And that's my report. So going with that, we go back to public comments. So public comments, come on up. Not to exceed 5 minutes on this one.
Yes, thank you. Hello, I'm Chris Reed from 112 Stanley Place. I'm going to talk a little bit about Palmander once again. You were all supplied with some data regarding our findings for Palmander and why it came about. But I want to just highlight a few of those because you might not have had a chance to take a look at them. So the first thing I wanted to reference, which you have a copy of, is from an Oprah request asking for any for the minutes for CSAC. So that was the minutes for March 17th. The March 17th, April 21st, and May 19th. Or those are to follow, I'm sorry. I'm reading as I go along. But what we had was Roberta Sonnenfeld, the acting village manager, had asked Charlie DeMarco of the CSAC about what was going on with Palmander. So he writes, the Palmander item is in the CSAC minutes of March 17th, April 21st, and May 19th. I will forward these minutes to you in a few minutes. I can fill you in more if needed. Councilman Seaton was at each of these meetings, and many residents from Palmander and Sherman have attended different meetings. In the May 19th minutes, reference is made to the background on Palmander, which I provided. Briefly, the CSAC is interested in safety and operational issues addressed by police, engineering, and/or council actions. Simply objecting to someone parking on your street or in front of your house does not qualify. The Palmander residents reported blocked driveway access and vendor benders, operational issues with all-day parking related to snow removal and leaf collection, U-turns by errant drivers, both in driveways, mid-block and at cul-de-sac, etc. The offer for more time limit parking enforcement was not well received. The residents suggested the no parking rules and strongly supported its adoption despite understanding and acknowledging that the rule would also apply to service vehicles, visitors, and residents. As I recall, Chris's poll showed strong support for the ban, including the long duration and the no U-turn ordinance. So Just so you know, also part of this report was an open request for police, any accidents on Pomander, and as our mayor noted, that there was only one, and it was in a driveway of a resident, and did not involve any parking or vehicles on that street. Another open request, this was to Eileen Young, the village clerk's office, was to ask if there was a study. And Eileen Young responds, in response to your open request regarding a Pomander Walk study, we have no documents to provide. There was no formal study performed. A survey was performed due to numerous concerns, and a result upon advisement from the Citizen Safety Advisory Committee, the ordinance was enacted. Just to clarify, the CSAC did not necessarily recommend no parking. They referred that the residents of Pomander said, we want no parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Continello, 23 Garfield Place. Just a few minutes. First, I want to thank the council for agreeing to put on the agenda for the next meeting a proposal for a revision to the Pomander ordinance to one side of the street parking. And as you think about that in the coming days and next week, and as you hear from more people, I think there's just two things I wanted to point out to follow up on my comments earlier. And one is something that we heard throughout this meeting tonight, and that is consistency. Consistency and compromise. Could not agree more. There has to be consistency across these issues around town. The other issue that was discussed tonight was the Bogert and the Cambridge situation. And there, I think what I heard was full agreement that there are real safety issues on that street. But even with those safety issues, there was a discussion about compromise. That same consideration for compromise has to carry over to Pomander. Even if you want to accept that the residents of Pomander have perceived safety concerns, which I live on Garfield Place, it's a dead-end cul-de-sac, half the size of Pomander, half the width of Pomander. So snow removal, emergency vehicles, they are not major issues on a daily basis, and they do not exist only between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. That parking restriction does not address those types of issues. One side of the street parking, if there's a space issue, addresses that. 2-hour parking enforcement addresses people parking all day. There has to be the same consideration for compromise given to this situation that we heard being given to the Cambridge and the Bogart situation in the coming days when the ordinance is put up for revision. The second issue I just want to point out is on the study. I did say before, I don't know that this study is needed. I understand the council wants it, and I hope it does resolve a lot of the other issues that exist over in that area, especially with respect to George Washington Middle School. Every day, I worry about what's going to happen over there. So hopefully that study does help address a lot of the other bigger issues. But the two issues are not mutually exclusive. You do not need to wait for that study to allow some kind of compromise to happen on Pomander now. If the study requires additional changes or either future changes, that can still happen. But from what I heard, that study, the RFP, the proposals are just saying that's not going to happen for months and months and months, and we don't know what that's going to say. Moving forward, the study does not mean we can't also have compromise with respect to the Pomander situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'll try my best not to prolong the end of the meeting. I know it's getting late, and I have to say I agree with a number of the things.
I'm sorry, your name and address again,
yes,
please.
Yes, Peter Quinn, 66 Pomander Walk. I've been hearing a lot about Pomander Walk at this meeting. Unfortunately, a lot of what's being discussed about Pomander Walk, we haven't been in the loop. We haven't been in the conversation. You guys got 5 very thick binders of charges and evidence and data and yes, emails, and we're quoting the emails that say, by the way, as I recall, as if it's evidence about, a transcript of what happened. I was at that meeting, and I'd be happy to recall my understanding of the meeting, and my understanding of that discussion has evolved over time, too. I think it's truly a shame that we have not been able to come together and talk, because this affects the residents of Pomander Walk. This inconveniences the residents of Pomander Walk. And I got to say, at a personal level, I feel like we're being slandered, and when it's written down, especially posted and stored, libel. It just feels very discouraging. It feels like we could do better. I would say from a consistency perspective, I agree. Even from a compromise perspective, I'd agree. I agree that this is a systemic issue. I think that you do have to look at it. And I'll just go on consistency for a moment. This will be the third time that the council has brought this to a vote on the order of a year. And we show up, and things are said and back-channeled, and there's not really an open discussion about this, and that's a shame, but maybe that's our process. But we're tired. You know, we started this 5.5 years ago, going to citizen safety, following that process, getting those recommendations, having things brought out. Yes, did we endorse the ban from 8 to 8? We did, after looking at a lot of other options, including, is there some way that we could up the enforcement? And they tried to do that, and that was ineffective. Is there some way we could talk to the businesses and say, could you guys stop having your employees park here? No, it's cost of doing business. We need to park here. We have 60 seats in our restaurant, and we have 4 parking spots, or something on that order. In my mind, that goes back to bad zoning. It wasn't you guys, but that is a potential solution to have the central business district butt right up against a residential street and compromise its character, and more importantly, compromise its safety. Enough time has passed since 5 years ago when we were going to citizen safety that we haven't really captured the conversation. I was almost hit. My kids were almost hit on multiple occasions. And if we didn't file a police report, or if we didn't capture that there was a fender bender, or that there was a tree, and that there was a sight and visibility issue, maybe the paperwork that you're describing, Madam Mayor, is appropriate, and we can capture all of that thinking. If we have to go through this again, and if you have to bring a dangerous situation back to our street, and then say, well, maybe it's only half as dangerous, I get that. I understand that. But you haven't done the study. And you haven't had any other evidence other than people loudly clamoring, not to us, to you, and saying that these guys are breaking the law. These guys are scofflaws. These guys aren't really consistent in what they say. I'm the one who said them at the previous meetings. I stand by what I said, and I haven't been given the courtesy of being able to even see the things that are being said against me and my fellow neighbors. And that's not correct. You guys have moved forward to be able to reconsider this without having looked at the systemic issue. And if you put this into effect, you'll essentially not have even allowed the safety measures on Sherman Place to take effect before putting something back on Pomander Walk. I'm open to that conversation if you guys want to have it. And I feel bold enough to say my fellow residents are being bold enough.
Peter, can I ask you a question?
Sir.
I want to just ask him a question. I mean, because this is something that's been bothering the heck out of me. Are you willing to talk with the people behind you? Absolutely. Sit down with them?
Every meeting I've asked if we could do that.
Okay, stop. Okay, all right.
And I just
Point of order, Jeff. Point of order, please. Point of order.
It makes our life a heck of...
Point of order, please. Okay. Continue with your comments, please. Sorry, Jeff.
So to that end, maybe more importantly than talk, I'm willing to listen. But we haven't been given the opportunity to do that. This has gone on for a long time, and I suspect, and I'm just going to say this, if you guys are implementing changes without allowing the previous changes that you've already voted on to take effect, we're just going to be at this for a long time. And I'm not even saying that that's the solution from a systemic standpoint. I'm saying that you're re-band-aiding over things incorrectly. And to what? I mean, if you get it right, that's great. But from our perspective, because this is a safety issue, you're rolling the dice. And you're rolling the dice not just with people on Pomander Walk. You're rolling the dice with people on the other streets, too. I can see what they're going through, and I acknowledge that. There is a blind corner. My family used to live there. I was the paper boy on all of those streets. I mean, this is an issue, and I applaud you guys for looking at this. I applaud you for looking at it as a system. If we want to look at it from a Pomander Walk perspective, I'll be here, and I'll listen if anybody's talking to us. But I just don't understand why every time this issue comes up, you guys rush to a vote, but nothing's been done. I haven't seen any action on your part that warrants a vote. And I say that with respect because I really appreciate the late nights you guys are putting in and the time and consideration and the thoughtfulness you've been giving us. It might not turn out our way. That's part of the nature of compromise. Frankly, having this restriction on our street was a compromise to begin with. And it's a compromise that we feel the greater burden of. And I don't suggest that other people also don't feel a burden of that. So if we're going to have a thoughtful conversation, that's great. These kind of dialogues and passing paper to you but not talking to you, it just seems beneath us.
Thank you. So, no, actually, no, you can't do that. Sorry. I just before you say, come on up, Janie. But I just want to point out this, just so everyone understands, this is not construed as evidence. It's just a document that's being provided to council for their review. And to my knowledge, and I went through it, it was sent by email, and we have a hard copy. I've had a hard copy. To my recollection, there's nothing in here about anyone personally. They are documents that were merely operable and were retrieved through the proper channels. So there's nothing in here that maligns anyone, and certainly this council would not tolerate that anyway. We probably would, I believe, hand it right back to the person who gifted it to us. So there's nothing in here that disparages, maligns, libels, or otherwise impugns anyone's reputation. So,
Mayor, could I just make a couple of points, if possible? Yeah. So, Peter, one of the things I'm finding frustrating with this whole process is part of it could be solved if you guys actually sat down with each other, Pomander and Sherman. And just to start the conversation, I don't care if you have a cup of coffee, I don't care what you do, but can you guys talk to each other? I mean, because it ends up here, and this is the worst place to have it. It makes it really difficult for everybody. And the easiest thing for you to do is you to talk with the three people in the front and understand each other's issues and then move forward from there. It makes it really tough. So my suggestion, a simple one, is you guys have a cup of coffee and just talk about it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jane. Go ahead.
Jane Remus, 118 Madison Place. I think this is upsetting to everyone when there's dissension, between Bogert and Cambridge, and now Pomander and Sherman, and things that have gone near Ridge School. I just see more and more of it, and I feel like part of the solution is, I think you have a great idea to have this file of this research to really show the facts, which I think is what the Sherman Place people did. I think they were trying to show you, here are the facts, and then hopefully, running it by the village engineering and the police, the safety experts, you can come to a conclusion that here is the best thing to keep the whole village safe. And I guess, I love the idea of that little template because it keeps safety at the forefront. But also part of that, I guess I sort of disagree a little bit about notifying everyone, because I think everyone has access to the, to Facebook and to the public notices, and it's impossible to predict who will be affected, by any given, action that you might take. I live on Madison Place, which is parallel to Ridgewood Avenue, and what if my neighbors all said, we want to, make no left turn from Monroe onto Madison 4 to 7, because people were 7 in the morning till 9, because people cut through to avoid the traffic light. But then, would you tell the people on Monte Vista, Woodland, Valley View, people are now going to turn on Heights and go down Crest? It's just really impossible to predict what, who's, and if the street's near a school, it's really affecting almost everyone at the school if you're considering an action. But, and I also feel that it shouldn't matter if one person or 100 people are behind or opposed to an action. If safety is the deciding factor, then, hopefully people will understand that. And one thing that I've noticed over the last few years, and I include myself in this, is people want to believe what, and I know you all know this, but people fall victim to confirmation bias, or illusory correlation it's called, which is that you look for evidence that agrees with what you believe in the first place. And it's, a good example is people saying, my street is safe. There have been no accidents on my street. Well, that doesn't mean your street is safe. If the police do a study and they say it's not safe, then, it just shows your street is maybe lucky or something. So, and then my last suggestion was maybe to ask the residents, just like Sherman Place and Stanley Place people did, to come with as much of the research done as they can to the CSEC meeting. Maybe they'll self-educate a little bit and learn, oh gosh, I didn't realize streets with sidewalks are 88% safer than, it might not change anyone's idea, but might open people's minds a little bit. That was just an example, but I'm sure, there's one that applies to Bogart and Cambridge and Pomander, so that would be just my suggestion, is to have people come, say, it'll expedite things if you come with any accident reports, and then take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually a great point, though. As you're saying it, I'm thinking the burden of providing the documentation shifts to the person making the request, and this is actually really a pretty good template for that. So thanks. Thanks, Janie. Thank you.
Hi, Melanie McWilliams, 431 Bogart Ave. Can you guys just tell me what it is you decided you were going to do? Because there was so many numbers and...
So what we decided to do was to reconfigure, and going back from where the curve, the beginning of Bogart and Cambridge, where they curve after the loop, that's actually an intersection.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So where the actual tip of the houses begin on that island, if you will. So that's actually considered an intersection. So the 50 feet would extend from that point back, which is, I think, so no parking from the Glen to that bump, and then 50 feet from there. So where the fork is.
Is that what we had? That's what we had?
No.
We had 50 feet from Glen, and that was it?
No, but you're going another 50 feet beyond there's actually, it's a double intersection. The second intersection occurs after that island, that roundabout.
Okay.
So at that point, you would have no parking for another 50 feet, so you would actually have the first a little bit more than 100 feet. It probably works out to a little bit more than 100 feet.
So you're taking 400 feet off the ordinance, as it stands.
I'm not sure what the number shakes out to be. And then what we would do is take the morning and afternoon hours.
And apply them further down.
Right.
Okay. That I got that piece, and I actually thought that was a great idea that no one had come up with in all of the discussions. I come out there. I've not been out there with you, but come out there and do a study or do whatever it is that we're waiting to see happen done on Pomander Walk that leaves them set in stone the way they are, and come out for a year and come out there and tell me when my house is included in the ordinance. My house at the edge of my property is where the 500 feet ends. If you remove my house and maybe the house next to me, that is where you begin to be in a state where you are in danger. If I come out of my driveway and I walk my 3 little girls and a car is parked in the house, mine's okay, next to me's kind of okay, anything beyond that, they cannot correct in time. We've jumped onto lawns, talking about walking up on people's lawns and removing their bushes. You and I saw it. They are blocking on all 4 corners of that loop, but those people don't want you walking on their lawn. They don't want you walking up on their nice lawn. And not only that, on the corners, they are grandfathered in, as Chris said, to the curb line, shrubbery, and fences on all 4 corners. There is nowhere to go. There is nothing safe to do but eliminate cars from the curves. And I didn't just say the roundabout at any point. I said into the curves at every single meeting I've been to. And go ahead and undo it. Go ahead and undo it, and I'm going to go walk my daughter. Thank you for at least trying to consider the fact that I still have to walk her to afternoon kindergarten for the rest of the year. Thank you, because I do. And I'm going to continue taking the photos, 90 and 100 and 300, like in the albums I've shared. Another 175 since the ordinance went into place that shows where the neighbor you mentioned said they're bearing the burden. Not one car. Not one. I have seen at any hour of the day, not one displaced vehicle. It is, as a neighbor of mine described, a ghost town. So undo it. And these people that have come to say there's a hardship and a burden and have circumvented the entire system that is laid out to come and prove that, go to the meetings I sat at for 8 years. Go to those meetings, and Charlie DeMarco, Chris Rudeshauser, they all support the ordinance as it stands. Engineering supports it, safety supports it,
I cannot see why in a few short weeks, somebody who was able to walk out their front door directly to the 30 feet of available sidewalk, and people who walked kids to school 17 years ago when people weren't texting and driving and flying down the street, yeah, of course it was a safe neighborhood then. You didn't have that. You have it now, and you have a massive safety issue. Undo it, and I cannot wait till the next time one of my kids is knocked into a leaf pile or knocked into a street, and it is that or sidewalks. It is leave this ordinance as it stands or put in sidewalks, because there is no other safe alternative. Undo it. Amend it all you want, but come out there and actually show me. Let somebody show, as I have tried to show everybody else, where this burden is, because I don't see it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Allison McCormick, 51 Sherman Place. I think it's amazing that the onus is being put on us to speak directly with our neighbor when they never considered us before putting this ordinance into effect. The word compromise does not seem to be part of their vocabulary when you read the CSAC notes. They wanted it all or nothing. If they are willing to meet and have compromise put forward, meaning that they will consider putting parking back on the street where it belongs, that is the only way we'll sit down with them. I don't know what that's going to do, though. It's up to you people to suspend this ordinance, not a discussion that takes place having a cup of coffee. You need to undo it, not him, you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, come on up, Catherine.
Catherine Schmidt, 123 South Irving Street. I know I came late, but I was watching you on TV before, and it was actually pretty good. I could see everything and hear everything. And so I was really glad to see that parking is back on the agenda, and I was especially glad to see that the parking garage is back on the agenda. Because I think, based on some of the meetings that I've attended, whether it's hearing from residents or hearing from commuters or hearing from business people, I think everybody agrees that we need more spaces. I was struck by one of the things that the FAC talked about, which was the vibrancy and the reputation of the town, and I think that is really important because through some of my work on the chamber, through being on the CBD advisory committee, you hear our business leaders talking all the time about concerns about parking, so I thought that was important. I thought the presentation was great. The only thing that surprised me, though, and I kept waiting for, this is what it would have been like under that scenario, and this is what it will be like under the new scenario. The only thing that really struck me was, this was such good work, how much more relevant it would have been if it was also looking at some of the new designs. And I still think it was really good work, but more importantly, I wanted to say that because I hope that there are not firewalls between committees and the council or the staff and the committees or council people that are preventing sharing of information so that something like that would not necessarily have happened. Because I certainly feel like I've known for a couple of weeks, if not more, that there's another smaller design in the works, and so it would have been helpful if that team had known that, because that information could have been more relevant. But good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Anyone else? Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Jim McCarthy, 153 Hope Street. I just want to talk on two topics real quickly. First, I noticed on the agenda that in closed session there are white-collar and blue-collar negotiations for labor. One comment or one piece of advice I'd like the council to consider. It's very difficult to manage labor relations and rates when all the contracts are staggered. Because when you want to put in a capped rate of, let's say, a 2% increase or a 1% increase, or a reduction, if the fiscal times call for it, the thing that prevents it structurally is none of the bargaining units want to go first, right? Because they're all on a different year. So somebody says, well, why do I have to sacrifice when the sergeants and captains aren't up? And, why does the police officer have to sacrifice when the captains and superior officers aren't up for another year or whatever? So I would ask, as much as possible, if we can unstagger related contracts, right? So do a 2-year renewal so that it lines up with the other parts of that bargaining unit. And that has a couple of different things. One, it makes it more equitable because you're dealing with the entire chain of command, the entire value chain at the same time. Secondly, when it comes to forecasting economically, you'll be that much more accurate, right? Because your ability to forecast in the out years is dependent on just kind of a guess or a projection that you'll be able to drive a consistent outcome in year 1, in year 2, in year 3, as these rolling contracts go. And that's frequently not the case because the economic environment is different at those different times. So if you're lucky enough to have your contract open in a good year, you get a good outcome. If you're unlucky enough to have it in a bad year, you get a bad outcome, right? So if we start to line these things up, it's more equitable for all the related parties, and it gives you more ability to say, listen, it's a hard thing, but everybody's sharing in it equally, and it just is what it is. Secondly, on the garage, just some very brief comments. I'm not sure, to the earlier immediately preceding witness, I'm not sure why we're still talking about a 350-unit garage. My belief, right, is that the real article under consideration is, 250, 260, 270. The one concern I have is every unit of the garage, every space loses money, right? So in absolute terms, while there might be some greater efficiency for the last one you put in, every one is a net loser. So the bigger the garage at any size, the greater the absolute dollar deficit that has to be funded from another part of the ecosystem. I am a little bit skeptical on the prospect of going up a level to accommodate retail. So it's a little bit of it seems like a little bit of a vicious circle to put in retail to pay for making it higher. So listen, it's just a perception, right, which may not be in reality what's going on. I just pointed out as I would like the lowest, most demure 270-ish space garage that we can have. And the last thing I would ask is, we talk about the parking utility being self-sustaining. I think there was some good discussion with Bob Rooney about the volatility of the surplus, right? It's not illusory and nobody's trying to be misleading, but at the end of the day, it's a volatile number that goes up and down, whether that's available or not. And what we're really talking about issuing are general obligation bonds, right? These are full faith and credit of the village bonds, and to the extent that the parking garage is not self-sustaining, that is a full faith and credit, taxing authority that has to make that up. And I just think, listen, I believe we should have a garage, right? So I'm not arguing against a garage. I would say, reasonable size, right? I think that's been a consistent theme that I've been on. And I just think we need to be careful that we don't sell the garage as a guaranteed self-sustaining thing when the possibility exists, right, that in certain years that it's not. And I think the village will support that level of transparent disclosure. I don't think people need to be sold on the idea of a garage. I think they just need to, be fully informed, and then they'll step up and support it. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd also like to express some of my concerns about this presentation concerning the garage. First of all, the numbers. I don't understand how the Financial Advisory Committee doesn't have the right numbers. The business about there being a $500,000 surplus annually, now we find out that there is no $500,000 surplus on a continual annual basis. So the first two bullets of the executive summary are off, talking about a 350-space garage, and this council for months has talked about a much smaller garage. So my concerns that the Financial Advisory Committee is not in sync with the council and is not in sync with the current numbers is it's somewhat alarming to me. My other concern is regarding the way in which this is proposed to be funded, and that says through new sources, including extended hours and meaningful rate increases. If I remember correctly, the last time the hours were extended, the restaurant community went batty.
They came and they complained that the 8 o'clock, if I remember correctly, went till 8 o'clock at night, and they complained that they were losing business up and down because people were concerned about eating in a restaurant and looking at their watch and worried about whether their time was going to run out. Now we're talking about extending the hours until 9 o'clock in order to pay for this thing. So the question that I have is how many restaurants are going to close up shop and move someplace else because they don't want to deal with this? Then you've got the retail merchants, instead of being at 10 o'clock in the morning, now we're going to make it at 9 o'clock in the morning. How many businesses are we going to lose? Does this make sense? Yes, we're going to give you more parking, but we're going to charge you more, and we're going to put people out of business to do it. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I think you've got to look at this thing long and hard before you pull the trigger on this. Councilman Hasheo, I've got to really disagree with you about putting retail in. Every day when I pick up the paper, I see more retailers are going out of business. Today, I see that Sears and Kmart may close. We see shops on Ridgewood Avenue that are closed. Photography studio next to Tito Burritos went out, and we talked about that men's clothing store that was down at the end of the block and the old Baby Gap going out, and we hear that more people are going. Why would we build more retail if there is vacant retail? Doesn't make any sense to me. And I also don't understand why the village would want to compete with private owners who are trying to rent their retail out. I'd much rather see the square footage that you plan to devote to retail to be devoted to a few more parking spaces. Being in the retail business is not something you want to do right now. All the signs are it's going downhill fast. Don't build it. They won't come if you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Saraceno, 17 Coventry Court. With regard to the parking garage, and with regard to the report that the FAC did, I think, to what Jim said, and I think he's right, is you attempt to solve for support, for sustainability. It's a financial advisory committee. It's not a holistic, let's make everything wonderful in the Village of Ridgewood committee. So you attempt to solve for support, for financial support. So you raise rates, you extend meter times, and you provide an outline that doesn't bleed. Talk about putting on retail on the ground level, not because you think the village needs more retail, but you think it's a viable way to raise revenue to support the cost. These are all great ideas. We talked about it years ago when we were talking about filling in the hole between Gilsenan and Gap and putting retail on the great floor of that same garage. With that same concept was bounced around at the time. I do think it's kind of difficult in this time, and I would just tell you to tread a little bit lightly because I do think it's a tough time to do it. And I do think it would be difficult for the village to compete against private owners. You could sell the unit and let somebody else do it and try and raise revenue that way. I don't think you'd get a lot of takers, but it could be a way of doing it where you sort of remove yourself from being in the business of being a landlord. But the decision will be made as to whether or not you support it financially, and I agree with Jim. I think people will make a decision as to whether or not they want extended hours and they want higher meter rates, or they're okay that from a taxing perspective, it's going to cost us more for convenience and parking. I do believe that's part of the conversation, but I do think it's a yeoman's effort to try and do it where it doesn't cost any money, and it can actually be self-sustaining. So I congratulate you for trying to figure out ways of doing it. It's really difficult. I don't think it's actually achievable. And I do think that it's, when you're talking about infrastructure in a community, this is what communities do. They build infrastructure, and sometimes it doesn't support itself, and it's an investment in the community. So I commend them for trying. The reality is I don't think there's a support, and I agree with Boyd. I don't think there is support for the 9 o'clock hour. I think you would have pushback from the restaurants and the CBD, and that'll be an analysis that'll go into it. But that's why you do the studies, to take in the input, and then you make the rational decision based on more than finances. You make it based on size, what people want, financial support, and all the other things. So congratulations. Good luck.
Thanks, John. Anyone else? That's it? Okay. We'll have a resolution to go into closed session.
So moved.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on March 22nd, 2017, at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the caucus room on the 4th floor of Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey, and be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include Valley Hospital litigation, requests for payment of health benefits for former employee, and contracts and negotiations to include white-collar and blue-collar negotiations. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay.